every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Hello and welcome to the RLCS. This is the Fall Cup, North America Regional 2. My name is Gibbs. I'm joined by two of my favorite people in the world. Shout out to Direct and Johan in the back. I love you guys. And then we got a Leaf and a Chiefs here as well. So, Leaf, how you feeling?
Well played. I felt weird not saying that myself. You're warming up my seat for me.
So it was weird going into that intro. I'm like, oh, I'm going to wait for the host to actually say something. And I was like, oh, wait, I'm the host.
Me.
I have to do it now.
Gibbs spot today.
But Achieves is coming in classy. He's got the bow tie. He's ready for round one. How you feeling about Swiss?
It's all business, baby. That's what Swiss is. Just business.
And we knock out half the teams here, so a lot of business to take care of throughout today. Be playing 5 best of 5s for some of these teams, and I bet a lot of teams near the bottom want to be playing 5. A lot of teams at the top do not want to be playing 5. So we'll see how it all plays out. But first, let's get into what these teams are playing for. They've obviously had one regional before, so if you've seen that, you already know the gist, but we're going to go over it again here. Achieves, talk about that points and that prize money.
We love points. Points get you towards majors. Points also eventually get you towards worlds. But who cares about points when you can get money? It is what makes the world go around. Shogun has a great command on his Twitch. ! Sellout. That's what I'm doing. Give me the 30K for first place.
Chief, sorry, but you are not competing here today, so you will not be getting that money. But
Dang it.
the teams that competed in Regional 1 have accrued a lot of points so far. So, Leaf, talk us through this. I hear there's already some clinching things going on for this Fall Cup.
Chiefs, some people care about points because that gets you further and further into the tournament. Of course, top 5 going to Rotterdam, but 2 teams looking to potentially clinch today, FaZe Clan and GenG. That was a pretty obvious. Look at their points already. At the top, GenG coming over and stomping around on NA saying, yo, look what we can do. If they can get a win here on this regional in the Fall Cup, then they'll be able to clinch. FaZe Clan, however, says this is still North America. This is our territory. They just need a grand finals and they'll be able to clinch.
Yes, North America top 5 teams go to the Rotterdam Major. Tickets are on sale now. Just check out the RL Esports Twitter to find the link and go buy those tickets. It's going to be a blast. But now we got to talk about what happens today. And we talked about it, Chiefs. He's in the bow tie. He's ready for Swiss. So, Chiefs, I want you to explain Swiss in 5 words or less. Go.
Don't overthink it. Duh.
Okay. All right. Beautiful.
Is overthink one word?
I think so. So he did it in less than 5 words. So or
efficient.
Well,
we'll call him efficient.
Just don't overthink it, Leaf. Just don't overthink it. It's fine.
But yeah, it's quite simple. Win 3, you're through. Lose 3, you're out. You play teams that have the same record in whichever round we're in. Easy peasy.
And then those 8 teams that do advance, one, they get a lot of points, they get more prize money. They go to the bracket for the weekend. Single elimination, best of 7s all throughout, and the point gaps get greater and greater as we go. So quarterfinals to the semis are a 3-point gap. Then the same to the grand final, and then there's a 4-point gap for the grand final. So a lot to be played for, but to get there, you have to begin the day well. And that's where our round 1 matchups come into play. And it's always fun to see this because all these games going on at the same time. So check out like all the team streams going on right now on Twitch. There's plenty of them, so you can watch your favorite teams. We will focus in on one, but before we talk about that matchup, I want to know for both of you, who's the underdog in round 1 that takes a W here? Leaf, you first.
That takes the W. Okay, so it's interesting because if I'm just looking at matchups with underdogs, I just want to watch the 26 Rising G2 matchup. I don't think they're going to beat G2, though. I just want to see how they do because it's a team that's, I've been enjoying watching them play. But if we're talking about an underdog that's going to get or potentially going to get one, or most likely going to win, I have to go with right now Dignitas over version 1. We've seen maybe a little bit of problem with version 1. Still solid team, but they didn't make it past that top 8. And I expect personally more from them. But Dignitas, when I've been watching recently, Drees has been looking like an absolute monster on the field. And if we get that today, there's a potential for an upset there.
Leaf, can you remind everyone what team stream you did last year?
There is no bias here whatsoever.
He did Dignitas with me. Okay, moving on. So, Achieves, who's your underdog pick here?
One that you may not expect. I want to take Team Axel. Reason being, I know they didn't qualify last regional. I know. But you have to look at who they played last Friday. They didn't make the weekend, but they played some tough teams. They lost in Game 5 to V1. Now, I know Leaf says, V1 didn't make top 8. They played GenG, who took 2nd place. V1 was quality. They went against the runner-up GenG and lost to them. And then, of course, they lost in 4 to Furia. Those are 3 teams that a lot of people may put near the top of North America. So I think Axel absolutely could have made the weekend. And everyone's like, ooh, Shopify Rebellion, they qualified. No one expected it. And that's why people are thinking that, Rebellion's going to do it all over again. But don't sleep on Axel. They're greased up. They're ready to roll this week.
But there's 2 dream matchups really here. We're talking about Optic and Complexity, but the match that we will be featuring is, of course, NRG versus Furia. The Kings, the old Kings, I would say, of North America, trying to reclaim their throne in NRG versus the Dukes from some random island, and they moved to try and grab that throne. Furia from South America, the Kings of South America, but now looking for a bigger piece of the pie. It's been a little shaky at times, but Achieves, there's one name on this list that is different from Regional 1.
I'm missing Sizz. It's Epic Johnny. What have they done? They've made a change, and that's okay. It's just like baseball, middle of the season, You got to fire the manager. Don't get rid of the players. They're great.
Because they have points, so they don't want to lose those points. So we'll see what Epic Johnny does. But here's our average per game. Leaf, does this matter? Because NRG has better numbers right now than Furia.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're not performing on the field against that team. This matchup goes well in favor of Furia. I mean, it got a little bit closer last time they played in the Fall Open. It was Game 5. It was 3-2, though, still for Furia. So NRG still has a little bit of a ghost that they have to shake off their shoulders here in Furia. They're going to go into this matchup knowing we're not able to beat them yet. Can we do it this time? And with the same roster, nothing really has changed except maybe what they've been working on. Maybe Epic Johnny's come in with a perfect game plan, and there's going to be craziness here. And I think a lot of people are hoping NRG is going to find a solution. But as of now, those stats don't mean much to me when Furia keeps winning.
Yeah, it's tough because NRG is one of those teams that is supposed to be near the top, right? And they've fallen down, so people are like, well, they have no chance. It's because everyone expected them to be 1-2 in North America forever. And they were for 5 years. And now they're not. And now they're basically exactly 9th because every time they go to a close qualifier, they 3-0. And every time they're playing versus the top of North America, then they go 2-3.
Slip and slide.
Like it's happened twice on both sides. So NRG is right in the middle, but maybe one change can bring them back into the bracket. So let's get to the Verizon fan vote because we want to know at home what you guys think and who's going to win this. So hashtag NRG for NRG, hashtag Fur if you like animals or if you like Furia. Either one. So go for it.
It is
but we
Panther,
will do.
so we'll count it.
But we'll do our picks first.
Okay.
And because I'm host and I barely ever host, I'm going to go first because I
You can do what you want.
You can do that.
I have control. It's so nice.
You still have control no matter what seat you're in.
So I'm going to go NRG here. And not because it's NRG, but I think like they're so close. They are so close to making that move to be back into the top 8. Plus, I think they will be in the top 8 more times than they're not because they're right on that bubble right now. Last time they barely didn't make it. So this time I think they barely will. And Furia's been shaky, like Yanks has been shaky. I think there's a chance here. Round 1 normally for NRG is poor, very poor. But with a new coach and now that they're not the huge favorites, maybe they wake up here. So I'm going NRG. Leaf, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, they're shaky, sure, but they still have a good offense. I mean, all 3 players have a top 5 in one of the offensive stats, whether it's shooting percentage, whether it's total number of shots, whether it's goals. They have offense there. And right now, as with the fans, I'm a little bit for the most part, Desk would always go NRG all the time, but I feel like that faltering in faith is starting, in my opinion, to come this way as well. And that is going to hit me. I have to go with the matchup. I have to go with what I've seen so far, and I have to go with Furia.
Yes.
All right. And Cheese, I just want to know who you're picking. That's it.
Give me
And you
Furia.
can explain in the
Energy's bad round 1. It's happening again.
All right. So there's our votes. Let's see what Twitch chat thought here. And I expect it to be pretty close. Yeah, 55-45. There's a lot of energy fans. It's North America.
The fans are still there.
We have teams invading North America, so they're trying to hold court here. So energy barely winning that fan vote, but that used to be 85s to 90% for energy. So the fans are still on the side of energy, but there's a lot of question marks. And we all know this last time it went to game 5. But for Furia, also a lot of question marks. They make an international move. They were a top 4 team in the world. Now they're not.
Well, we're going to find out our answer if Energy's found out their answer as we get into game 1. The best of 5 first match or first round of the Swiss here. And that's the wrong way for the ball to go.
Tough start for NRG off the rip, but it's okay. There is a lot of things riding, I think, on games 1 and maybe even game 2, depending on how game 1 goes for NRG. Because I feel like you make a swap from Sizz, who they all really liked and was like a big hype guy for them, and they really liked that, kind of emotional support they have. So whatever reason you have to make that change, you kind of go into the next event a little uncertain about what's going to happen. You don't know what the flow looks like between the new group at all, and there's a lot riding on this early game set. And if it goes poorly in the first game or 2, I might just see Furia walk away with this one in my head.
You always wonder the nerves for Johnny as well, knowing people are going to wonder what's he bringing to the table here, and he's going to want results too. So far as the first minute passes, we find no goals for either team. NRG making a push, but a fight back here from Furia as they're looking for their offense, but neither team is finding any kind of real opening. A lot of back and forth from corner to corner. That might be the chance. Squishy doesn't get there in time.
Great save from Card, and Card's kind of a guy I'm looking at defensively on Furia. Looking at the Furia tape from last regional, it didn't feel too good for me defensively for him. Kind of felt a little hit or miss on some challenges, so I want to see Card really get in there and get locked in on the defensive side of things and tighten up for Furia this regional.
And RG all spread out for an attack here. Garrett leads the charge. Justin just trying to make sure there's no push from Furia, but they're finally on to the blue half. A little bit too far, though, and Justin's going to have a chance to get out. He's got to flip off the ceiling. But again, no actual threatening shots from either team. Maybe NRG's starting to find some, though.
It's just the possession war right now. It's a lot of dump and chase, and not too surprised to see NRG handle that very well. I mean, for a lot of their playtime in North America, we've kind of seen them sit back and say, yeah, bring us the ball. We'll let you come at us. We're going to play defense. And Furia trying to get aggressive, switch things up. They got the demo in the net, but Kyle missed the ball in the wall. So the drive stalls out for Furia, and now they're right back to the drawing board on defense.
Justin trying to lead the charge. Some great 50s. Squishy couldn't set up anything for Garrett. They end up back down on the defensive half as Furia still looking for that opening that's just not presenting itself on Energy's defense. Maybe they'll find it here. Card out center. John can't get it to him. Justin will try to work his magic Back down to the other end of the field. It's not there. Shot
There we
from
go.
Jan, and that's going to be a first goal going to Furia.
Look at Kyle bobbing and weaving, steals it from Justin, gets aggressive and tries to beat Squishy and gets behind the ball to pop it to the top of the box. That was smooth from Kyle around the corner. Great pass and better placement to beat the last man from Yanks.
First goal finally grabbed from Furia 3 minutes into the match. They couldn't find many chances. NRG was doing a good job of just fizzling out Furia offense as much as possible. But all you need is that one good opportunity. They take it. And it's NRG fighting from behind now. They start from the defensive half.
And it's here really where I start to wonder what's going to go wrong. Kyle's going to score a second one from the middle of the box here. I mean, Justin's just trying to control the ball and just straight up loses the 50 against Card, just stuffs it in the box. And Squishy getting caught on the backboard, didn't have the time to really get the speed behind him to get all the way across the net. And NRG just kind of flop over and let a second goal in. Tough one to happen, and that's what I'm worried about. If NRG doesn't get their grips into game one and come out all firing, they kind of slip behind and they just don't have enough time or the ability to break down Furia, and sets a bad tone for the whole series for him usually. As there's number 3, Yanks just crushes it.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Justin all over the field, but he gets the wrong touch here. No follow-up. Jonks just says, yeah, sure, I'll take it. Floodgates open. Let's keep it rolling.
This stuff just popped off Justin's car a little too hard as he was trying to catch it. Tried to fix it, overjumped it. Compounding errors. Unfortunate. Happens to the best of them. NRG down 3, maybe only 2. What a bounce off that crossbar. Oh my gosh.
Straight back out to Squishy. He tries to rebound. There's a shot. Crossbar.
Oh, no.
It's going to go off the defending player. And finally, at least a goal is in, Achieves.
You know, I like that Squishy went up and made it look like he was going to try and stretch that, because it does force Furia to kind of sit there on the goal and see where he goes with it. And as soon as Squishy, I mean, he didn't have any intention of actually going for that. You could see him just straight boost away from the ball. It was just buying time for his teammates to come up and give them an opening to make something happen. Now, of course, they didn't execute. It took an own goal to get the ball to the post, but NRG don't care about that. As long as it goes in their favor, they're happy with it.
You take those. See if they can take another. They still have a minute left. I mean, it's possible to climb back. Getting one goal at least on the board is huge for the opening game. You don't want to get shut out. NRG on a push now. Justin was looking for it. He'll try to get Frisky in the goal line there. That's going to be an opening for Garrett. All 3 players getting involved. Only 1 goal down now.
That's good, but is it too little too late? Like the approach from Justin, take the clear away from Kyle, give up the body for it. If you get demoed, who cares? As long as they don't get the clear, leave it in the capable hands of Captain America himself. Garrett G slots it bottom corner, 30 seconds. NRG got to find something.
They're looking for a hard push. Justin already into the offensive half. Garrett G trying to make sure Furia is thinking about their attack, but does die out. Furia gets a little bit of control in their own corner. We'll see if they can push it out. It looks like they're struggling to find a push past midfield. They just have to hold on, though, as long as they don't get scored on. They take game number 1. Final push here. No boost for Justin, and that looks like their play might fizzle out unless Garrett can set something up. Giannis going to put that to the ground, of course. And a potential comeback in that final minute of gameplay achieves, but Furia does hold on. They're going to grab game 1.
Went the way I thought, you know. Great job, NRG, but you allowed a couple goals, and then there's just not enough time on the clock to get the job done. It's always a tough way to start the day, and luckily it's a long series, 5 games. Definitely no room for a lot of errors, but you can't afford to give one up here. And Gibbs, I don't know about you, but that one went about as I thought it would.
Yes, but it was the defensive energy was just a little bit off, a couple missed touches, and that was the main difference because they battled back at the end. Some updates around the league. A lot of the favorites are winning. Actually, all the favorites so far that are updated are all up 1-0, and that includes Axel is down 0-1. So Achieves, watch out there. But I'm watching Optic and Complexity. Complexity, they just took game 1 as I was watching it, so they're up 1-0 there. So that's the first underdog who has taken a lead so far.
Does NRG count as the underdog here, or is Furia
I think barely. Yeah,
A little bit.
well, I'd say barely. Like Furia are favorites, I'd say for sure.
Hear that, Twitch chat? 55%.
Well, I mean,
5% of you are wrong. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay, making enemies early in the day.
sorry, Twitch chat. Sorry, I apologize.
Well, we'll see if NRG can turn things around here in game 2. It was relatively close until one goal went in for Furia, and then they just kept piling them on. NRG did bring it back to a 1-goal game, but they're going to make sure to
goal
shut
to get
down.
it within one, though. That's what you're really looking for. You want to see NRG come out here in game 2, really stick it offensively to them, and that's what's going to happen here. They actually float one over the middle of the pitch here. Kyle probably should have got a hand on that, and Squishy, that's just great timing to pop that one up off the backboard. Card, you try your best to get to that one, but it's just too quick.
Yeah, you see, the first one makes sense. Squishy had a good play, but then 2 defenders behind him probably should be able to get that out. So NRG takes the lead the first time in the series, and early on in game 2 as well, only 20 seconds in. See if they can extend that lead. There's a push here. Furia trying to equalize as quick as possible. 50 from Kyle. Follow from Jan. But again, back and forth in that corner. Both teams trying to get possession. Finally, it's NRG pushing out. Garrett G leading the charge. There's Justin and Squishy now looking to set something up.
That needs a little more communication there. Both Squishy and Justin wanted to go in and fight for that ball in the corner, and it just kind of leads to a small breakdown in positioning. Of course, in that instance, it doesn't amount to anything, but that type of miscommunication happens at the wrong time. You end up leaving someone in a 2-on-1 or a 1-on-1, and that's just not a situation you want to be in.
Good speed from Justin to make sure Furia doesn't push past midfield. They'll finally get the touch they needed. A pinch up the wall puts them down into the blue half. NRG setting up their defense. They don't need it for long as Justin gets a hard clear.
Like to see Furia really kind of reassert a little bit of physicality in that net, slow down the counterattack. 1-on-1s here for NRG, and big bite taken out of Kaio.
Jan up to the skies. He's got a flip reset. He'll get it past one. Squishy was sitting in the net patiently. Shut down that play. As they push down the other end. NRG now on offense.
Kind of reverted back to the middle of game 1, where it's really just push, clear, push, clear. See if you can hang on to the ball, someone make a play. And just kind of waiting to see who makes that first outplay to really grab control of this game.
Some passing from Furia, because they know at the halfway mark here, they're still down a goal. They'll need to equalize. They don't want to tie up this series. 50 from Garrett, preventing a shot. Justin trapping this one properly, although takes that away from Garrett. Squishy will have to quickly get up and get that out, otherwise a push could have come. Flip reset. John will make the save. Card with a hard counter attack, but loses control. He was going for the bump.
Yeah, made a good adjustment. You were right. He definitely realized he lost control and tried to make the most of it. Great adaptation from Justin. Give himself a chance to still be on offense here, but I mean, to be fair, it's not like they have to score here. Furia is the one who's got to make something happen. So ball's in their court.
It's on the other side right now. Garrett is gonna snipe one. Bar down skis. There's 2 goals for NRG.
Oh, every now and again you get one out of the corner. Just takes a perfect skip, makes a beautiful read, and doesn't hesitate. That is a classic shot from Garrett G. Huge cut across the box, top of the net. Tough save.
Banger of a shot, but here comes an attempt. Kaio almost found one of his own. They're still sitting. Big old goose egg on the scoreboard there. Final minute slowly approaching. Things are starting to get physical. Furia trying to force an opening. NRG now will look to hold on to this lead. They didn't need one before, but they definitely don't need another goal now. If they can find it, they'll go for it, but Furia, a strong push will be needed.
It's really where you expect to see Furia start diving at just about everything as fast as they can in the midfield. That style that South America is known for, and it's where they come up with some of their most inspired pushes. trying to get physical on the goal line. Garrett G keeps it at bay.
That's precisely it. It feels like the tempo has just changed for Furia. They've been holding onto that midfield yard with a flip reset. Beautiful play. There's one towards their goal.
Great lift from Kyle. Give him the space to work, and NRG knew they had to go out and get it. You don't want him to come up with the ball because more often than not, he dodged up, hit dive dodge around everybody. You can't get around him. The Yanks carves him up, gets him back in it. 42 seconds, just like NRG in game 1, though. Is it too little, too late?
You talk about that craziness that we're used to from them. That's it right there. Fantastic mechanical play, but quickly that gets shut down. Squishy with his own dribble off the wall.
Squishy caught him out. Great job manipulating the timing challenge to retain control, and Yanks really needed Card to get a piece of that one coming off the wall, and Squishy just a little too fast. Gonna secure game 2 for NRG, barring some wizardry on this kickoff.
30 seconds left. 2 goals down for Furia. NRG is maintaining control of game number 2. But as we saw, a bit of a pace change for Furia. We'll see if they can carry that through the rest of this 10 seconds and then into the next game with 2 goals left. This is going to be the end of this one. We'll tie up the series. It was best of 5 going 1-1 NRG Furia.
Well, okay. I wanted to know if they were going to be nice enough to let him have one last chance at it. Not today. NRG righting the ship. Great job there in game 2. It started off, pretty nice. Obviously, no one's allowed to complain when you get to score one so quickly. And they kind of just sat on it for a while. And that's a style that very much suits NRG. As we had discussed in game 1, they're happy to let people just come at them on defense, and thankfully, it doesn't feel like they're too threatened by Furia outside of the insane mechanical approach from Yanks there.
Gibbs, bit of an explosion at the end there from Furia, but NRG still taking it.
I knew I was right.
Your prediction was, I guess, has some ground to stand on.
It has some, at least. At least it's not a sweep. So scores across the board, though, really quick. A lot of the favorites are doing rather well. 2-0s for GenG, G2, and FaZe so far. Rogue was up 1-0 on Space Station, but Space Station, they just won game 2 4-0. But Rogue, they scored the first goal in 5 seconds in game 3. So that one's a thing to watch, I would say. And then obviously Optic Gaming and Complexity, got to talk about them because that's the other featured match, I would say. They are tied now 1-1 there. So some favorites doing well and a couple close here. So I'll let you guys know what's going on throughout those.
Thank you, Gibbs. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Nice
Goodbye.
guy.
It's just a swell dude, you know? Oh, we got game 3 going on right now. Wow. And Card, he's like, I'm swell too. Look at this.
Such an awkward situation. I mean, yeah, Justin forces Yanks up off the backboard, but Squishy just can't figure out the read. Garrett G, I think he rotated rightly into the net. He took the long way around to try and get on the outside so he could come back across the other way, but that all hinged on making a tough read off the backboard, and Squishy not equal to it. And here comes Furia again.
Yeah, I was wondering if that energy burst we saw at the end of last game was going to carry over. It looks like it has. NRG is definitely going to have to be aware. This might be a different Furia from the early bit of this series.
I wouldn't be surprised. Oh my gosh. Okay. I always get scared when I see the big pinch clears across the net because I know you have to make a perfect read when you're rotating back with the ball over your shoulder like that, but I should never doubt NRG in that situation. I've seen him do it too many times.
NRG looking for a little bit of a snipe there. That might be a chance. Justin to Garrett. He finds the shot. Card somehow manages to be in the way of that one.
I mean, I don't hate the pass into the corner because, more often than not, people are thinking the pass into the middle is the dangerous one and you get pulled out of position, but Card, such poise on defense. What a stop.
Especially with Squishy on the attack, too.
Yeah, they have 3
come
people.
Out of any way, yeah. It's a terrifying moment to hold your ground like that. It's huge. They'll go down the other way. Justin manages to scoop this one up into the corner. Card on the attack. Kyle to follow up. There's Jan just waiting, seeing the Squishy has possession, tries to buy enough time for his teammates to get back, so NRG can't have a push. And they don't. They'll have to let that one fizzle out. Now chance shot.
Love
That's
it.
gonna be over top of Garrett. Kaio gets credit for the goal.
Love to see Kyle get aggressive here and really try and chase this one. If it gets cleared, it gets cleared. So be it. But I'm going to try and be the first one there, and the aggression pays off. He just gets the nose ahead of Garrett G.
I'm going to chime in here real quick, guys, on some score updates. FaZe, GenG, and G2, they were all up 2-0. Every other match is now a best of 3. All the other ones are tied 1-1. So go check out some team streams, because there's going to be probably a lot of Game 5s in this round 1.
4,000 tabs. Have them all open.
Use all the internet.
Make the rest of your family hate you. They can't watch their shows.
Suck up the bandwidth.
Approaching the halfway mark here. Furia in control. NRG trying desperately to take it back. Squishy goes for a read on a touch there, but without boost, he'll be out of the play for a little while now. And there's a demo attempt. Furia trying to take players off the field. Squishy up. We'll see what he can do with it. Soft touch. That should be pushed to the side by Furia. A pop center. Justin a little bit too close. Card will have a chance now. Move that down the field with a flip reset. He does exactly that. NRG on the back foot now, but at least with possession. Nope.
Oh, okay, yeah. Squishy really trying to get inside the mind of Card. Little did he know it was the other way around. Card had that one on lock, stole it away, but still NRG on the counterattack. And unfortunately, they're not able to handle an awkward sequence of clears from Furia. They end up spiking it off the ceiling and kind of have to reset, buying a lot of time for Furia to recover on defense there.
Feels like they're so close a lot of times, so there's no one home right now. 1 goal back for NRG.
What happened here? Okay, clear over the corner. Kyle tries to cut it down. He's just beat, and that means that what? It must have been Card deep in the corner there. He must have got bumped, because I don't know how there's no one back there. I'm pretty sure he got shoved.
He was
down
with
corner.
another player. I didn't see if he got bumped or if it was just a misplay on going for a boost, but yeah. You expect someone to be back, especially with Card the way he's held his ground on defense already.
That's why that insurance goal from Kaio is so big. Just a little well-timed aggression. Pays off in spades. You have a little bit of breathing room, and I only have to live for 80 more seconds or so.
See Squishy so ready to turn onto offense. The second one of his teammates get a chance. Justin rushing up to stop another goal there from Furia. They stay on offense though. They move the ball back and forth, post to post. Garrett doing whatever he can to take one of those attackers off the play, and they'll finally get to midfield, but for how long are they going to stay out of their end?
Not long at all. But it's not enough. Justin's so fast. That's the second big clear he's made, recognizing that he needs to get up and take something away from Furia. He's been a great defensive player for NRG in the past couple of sequences, but defense is not what they need as Justin throws another one off the goal line.
We're seeing that tempo build up again for Furia, though. Even though they're a goal up, they're going for some fun plays on offense, and they've held that midfield for quite some time. NRG with a player gone now.
The worst bounce.
More time off the clock. No extra goal for Furia, but they're certainly making NRG struggle to find that equalizer themselves. A block chance. 4 seconds left. Pop center. Garrett will have to turn on that. He'll make a read from Card, but of course that goes to the ground, and Furia taking the game.
Take a breath. That's a stressful one to get through. I mean, you're thinking, cool, we got it over him, and then that ball just took the worst skip off that top corner. That NRG net prevented them from putting in another insurance goal, and then you knew NRG is going to bring all the guns to bear in the final seconds, and just got away with it. So NRG, honestly, they're not looking as shaky as they've looked in round 1 before. They're actually, in general, looking pretty solid. It's just a matter of Furia's made a couple of really nice pushes.
Yeah, Gibbs, it looks like NRG they've had a couple chances on offense where it's just slightly, a touch goes slightly out of control or out of their way, but they are definitely, as the Chiefs said, not looking shaky. They do look like they have something to achieve on the field.
I knew I was wrong all along. Every game's gonna be different. Furia won that one, so now I'm in the dumps. But Energy won the one before. I was very
Emotional
happy. So
roller
we'll
coaster.
really quick, we have 3 teams advancing so far: FaZe, GenG, and G2, the top 3 seeds, all 3-0. FaZe won their match against Ghost 10 goals to 1, so that was pretty impressive. G2 10 goals to 2 in their match, or 9 goals to 2, so pretty dominant there. Space Station Rogue, Space Station, they came back and won game 3, 3-1. Optic versus Complexity, Optic won game 3, so they're up 2-1 there. So those are your updates.
Love to see Optic.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, especially looking at FaZe with that dominance, 10-1. It's like, hey, they're at the top of the leaderboards right now for a reason, and they're looking to go for that clinch into a grand final. But we do head into potentially the last game here. Furia on match point, up 2-1 against NRG, who achieves, again, we said, looks like they are still knowing what they want to do on the field. They're just not connecting with the back of the net as much as they need to.
And Yanks is really trying to put them through their paces on defense as well. But here's where you really need to see the big game 4 out of NRG. It doesn't have to be a blowout. NRG doesn't really care exactly what the score line is here as long as they feel like they're in control. They've spent so much time going back and forth with each other in the first 3 games, and clearly that's not a recipe for success for them, it would seem here. So you really want to see NRG come out, shift gears again, try and get aggressive, try and take things away, and say, look, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to hit some world.
Confusion on defense from NRG. Might not be the start they want, but the ball stays out of the net at least. Pressure's not off them yet. Furia in control, the opposite of what NRG is looking for. And there's going to be the shot. Delay on that one. Kaio puts it in.
Great shot from Kaio. As you mentioned, a lot of space to work with up the sidewall, and he went deep with that reset off the ceiling. He went so far down, Justin thinking he's going to try and tuck it into the top of the net. Kaio let it go even further. Just found the seam in the middle of it on the left side. Great shooting.
Chance though for Justin. He centers that. Garrett is gonna find it quick. Equalizer for them only a few seconds later.
Love the counterattack from NRG. Great kickoff. Justin goes hard to try and kick it out. And look at the pass. The perfect read with the bounce. Lean the nose back. Throw it straight across the box. Look who's there. Garrett G to tie things up. That's what you want to see from NRG. This should be a give and take game.
Almost another give though for Furia. They're on offense. 2 in net. 2 on attack. There's the shot, Justin. Great read, but a follow-up. It's not going to find its way towards the net. Midfield still held by Furia. Kyle looking for a stealing touch. He's not going to get that. He'll go to the backboard instead. Squishy pushes it out. Justin on the follow-up. How's he doing for boost, though? He can't get to that. Garrett, last defender. Justin's behind him now, but he gets caught in a weird place. And yet again, an attack for Furia, but a hard clear for NRG.
That's really what you don't like to see. I said I want to see NRG in control of this game. The scoreline doesn't necessarily matter, but as long as they're feeling like we're executing on the pushes, you don't want to be sitting over here on the defensive half, because while Justin is an excellent defender, as are Squishy and Garrett G, they're great support behind him. No one cares how good at defending you are. You know Furia's got the mechanics to crack you, and they need to be the ones controlling pace of play. This should be like, look, send it all, get as aggressive as you can, force them to beat you with a sick read or some type of big play, and you kind of just go, you know what, fair play, you hit it.
Furia starting to wisen up to those infield passes from NRG. Intercepting them left and center, but off the ceiling, Garrett tries to roll one low. Yana on the inside out. Keeps it away. NRG was probably hoping that for sure that one at least went in. The limited opportunities they're getting. Kyle shot. Garrett coming off the backboard to save that. Both teams poking away at each other as we sit tied.
I don't know how Yang stayed in control of that play. How awkward he hit that, but Furia doing a nice job always finding the right place to put the ball, getting some big boost deals in the corner here, trying to limit NRG's counterattack chances, giving them the best chance to be the ones driving pace of play. He might hit that.
Ooh, Jan might get that. You're right, he does. 50-50 for him into the net. A hard save attempt, but Jan pushes through.
Man, you know, if there's one thing that I think Jan may be the best in the world at, it is going up to start an air dribble and never getting bumped off the ball. I don't know how that guy does it so much with how quick some of these players are in the league to go for a challenge in the air. Man, the amount of times he manages to never get bumped out of it and give himself a look is just stunning.
See if they can get another push now. Intercepted by Garrett G. Minute 30 left. Match point still for Furia. NRG trailing a goal. Might be trailing another snipe to the top left corner.
Kyle with a big goal. 90 seconds. NRG not able to find the pressure. And what a shot. Didn't really have any time to adjust. Had to set the angle. Try and hit it as hard as he could. It was perfect. Excellent read from Kyle.
Kyle coming into this weekend. 30% shooting percentage. He's showing it right there. Beautiful placement. 2 goals down. NRG not finding Achieves, I think, what they wanted out of this game 4.
Not the level of control at all. Outshot 11-3 so far with only 45 seconds left. You may see a few trickle towards the Furia net, but in general, gotta love to see Furia come out here and really control pace of play. That's what you'd like to see against a team that, you know, historically was like, look, they're great, but they just don't have the stability behind them. So to see him be able to sit here and lock down against some of the strongest players in North America, it should bode very well for them going forward as well.
15 seconds left. I believe this is going to be done for NRG in round 1. Achieves Furia starting with a little bit of back and forth with NRG. It looked like it might be a closer series than it is.
Cards says, no, we're done.
Get out of here.
Card. Come on, man. Stats. We need the stats. We need the numbers. I'm chiming back in. Furia, well done. It pains me to say I got my pick wrong, but it pains me more because I got some score updates, and there's only 2 underdogs that are winning their series right now, and it is Dignitas and Axel, both of their picks at the start. So well done here by Furia. They take down Energy yet again, but this time in more convincing fashion in only 4 games instead of 5. But there's some other series right now. Overtime, Space Station and Rogue is going on game 4, an absolute huge one. So I think we're going to take a peek into that game right now.
Ooh. Okay, so this is game 4. Okay, Space Station's up. Okay.
Yeah, Space Station is up 2-1. It looks like Axel and Rebellion are going to game 5 as well now. So I spoke too soon. They're no longer leading, but at least game 5, pretty good. And Optic and Complexity also going to a game 5.
Oh,
That's what you want to see.
see.
Most competitive. Well, I mean, it's stressful for them, but it's exciting.
Yeah, but for us, it's great. Yeah, we love it.
What's going on here? Okay, so clearly Space Station, decent amount of pressure. You know, I considered picking Rogue as an underdog today, but I thought about it.
You mentioned it.
I realized Space Station's just too good. So I like Aqua Gyro and Taroko, but Space Station looked so convincing last regional. And I was like, nah, they don't have the best chance to win.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And that was the thing with the offseason, too, because Rogue wound up not making moves after there was a lot of rumors going around. So everyone thought, oh, well, so they didn't make any roster moves. Well, like everyone else is. So we're just going to move them down a few slots. But it looks like Rogue is battling back and just growing as a team right now and really competing for that, like, 8 through 10 or
the gatekeeper
8 through 12 spot. Yeah. Ooh, big miss there by LJ, though. That could have ended it.
Hey, I mean, Gyro's leveling up.
Oh, this is OT. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was OT. I thought I just now realized it's counting up.
Oh, is that going to be it? Aqua? No. Gyro's the mechanical one on the team now. We've seen it. The Psycho.
Yeah, true.
You can't stop them once it's started.
So we're guaranteed at least 3 game 5s outside of this one. So we might have 4, but V1 and Dignitas also now go into game 5.
Who? Oh, wait, we don't know because the next round is randomized. Because I mean,
it's not randomized, but it's based on game differential and all that.
Oh, okay. So there
ignore all the records. RNG at all.
Yeah, well, That's
it
not what
was,
I'm
play
saying. Okay.
Oh, Complexity, game 5 right now. We got them up
and they're
2-0 versus Optic. And I think that they were the one team that missed out on top 8. That was like, I thought they would be competing more in that 5 to 8 range. So we'll see if they can bounce back. But against Optic, it's good.
This is what I wanted to see for like we've been hoping Complexity can bounce back. It feels like ever since they had that bit of a dip, it's been tough for them to really get back
up.
Yeah, get that traction where they were before. So to see them have results is good.
And I was gonna call for a listen in too, but now we don't need to. I guess Space Station just wins.
Unlucky.
So all the characters will be happy, but LJ, great 50-50 in that corner to put it out to Space Station. So now we're going over to Complexity and Optic, and 2 minutes
one's
left.
counting down.
Yeah, down. Well, it is 2-0. So.
That's a lot of time, though.
So this was also a game or a round 5 a match from the last regional, and that was one where Optic took it. So Complexity trying to get some revenge here.
Yeah, Optic, I think, would be a little bit shocked if they lost this one, too. I feel like they kind of expect themselves to win this. So, situation where they're kind of at a loss for what's going on and how we got there. For sure for them mentally.
I mean, there's still time. Still got
Not when they play keep
left.
away. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's fair. And we know that these players can use their mechanics on Complexity to do exactly that.
When's the last time Optic actually had control? I don't think that they've really been
not doing much.
controlling since the start of when we watched this. Okay.
Well, maybe now.
So do you think Reynolds hates the song "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" because he just sees Complexity beating him in all these big moments?
Yeah.
Or
I don't know about that.
That's the first thing on his mind.
Underdog right here, 3-1 in game 5 as well. So Chiefs.
They just scored. That's a lot of time left. I don't like that.
But 2 goals there. Only 50 seconds in this one with Optic and Complexity, but that clock is just dwindling down.
Chiefs, you had Axel as your
I
underdog.
did.
Yeah,
They were, yes.
they were.
Shopify Rebellion was that team that was like, it's like they made top 8 and no one expected it, right? Like everyone's like, they might, but like, so I thought that throughout all North America, there was 9 teams that would compete for 8 spots. They were not one of those teams. They were not part of that. Energy was part of that, and we see Complexity being part of that too. But Shopify looked great in that first tournament. The problem is, we see this a lot with these teams in that bubble range of top 8. They have one good tournament, and then everyone's like, oh, they're top 5. You know, it's like, no, we need to see it 2 or 3 times in a row before you can really call it a gimmick. Just sealing the deal here.
Good
and
night,
Complexity as well. CRR putting it home another one. So Complexity will take down Optic in game 5, and Team Axel commanded
Dominating right now, yeah.
So just
cool.
a couple underdogs.
I think that's the cool thing about the scene right now is if you're watching a lot of these team streams, keeping a close eye on them, a lot of people have a fire driven on them. A lot of these players are really starting to level up. I mean, just the individual skill across the board for players now in the scene is getting absolutely ridiculous.
And the beauty of this format is it's only round 1. So these teams could easily flip by the time it goes to a top 8 finish, right? So yeah, sure, you want to begin well, but you still have plenty of time. 3 losses until you are out. So there's time to make up ground here.
Oh, giving him a look at it here too. Okay, never mind. They worked it out.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. I feel like you had the right pick here.
Well done. Well done.
Broken clock's right twice a day, you know? I get away with one.
Am I right? That's the question. Oh, not looking good this game, though. Dignitas down 2 goals.
2 minutes, though. There's a lot of time.
There's a lot of time, for sure.
The only problem is you're playing against Torment. We all know he doesn't let people score. That's the big problem.
And it definitely looks like they're feeling the pressure right now. Once V1 gets that momentum rolling, it's hard to shut that down.
Yeah. All right, so this is our last match, and we're going to listen in to the casters to round out round 1.
This game is the working of the field. Again, I talk about how Dignitas is following each other really closely. The best way to work on that is if you've got 2 committed to the same side, cross field, and you've seen that multiple times now. The infield passes and the cross field passes from V1 have been opening up some opportunities and some spacing. You're going to see Com possibly going to go here as he sees Torment in the midfield. Decides to go for the most ridiculous flip reset on that. It looked like a stall, but he just kind of smacks his belly into it and then gets something out of it. So drop down pass and 2 in front of the net. Shoot up a little bit too far. Need to be careful. Again, trying to be the first to the ball. And into the corner. Need to turn on this one. It's a high flying aerial from Kami. Gets the pinch. It's going to go down to the corner. One more touch. And it kicks out. Should have a player there. It's Torment. Shot on target. Saved by Drees. But Beast Mode already in the air. Going to force and slow this one down. Multiple 50s. Make it a shot attempt in front of the net. And it's not going to connect. So Torment. Fake challenge. Need to be careful, though. Rotating back with no boost. Needs to stay behind this one as he positions himself on the side wall. Just make sure his shot doesn't come through. Dignitas on offense. Minute left to go. And V1 up by 2.
Some good communications there, too, is that third man was able to just kind of wanted to go. Not right here, though. You know what? I can't go through and give the pressure there. Or pressure there from Andy actually comes through and gets hold of Torment. Calm is a bit of an odd challenge. And then, unfortunately, Tor just gets chased out of the net.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Has to go and try to make an in-and-out save, but the demo attempt paired with the double touch has been what Dignitas has been successful with. But now, off the kickoff, the defense is going to fall apart, and it pinches. And, of course, we're all tied up.
Pain, chat. Look away. This is a tough one to watch, and in I don't know what 20 seconds here we've gone from a 3-0 lead to tied up 3-3. This is the moment where guys are going to have to kind of get tested, and can you right the ship as you're unfortunately defensively a ton of mistakes here. We had such a long period there with not having to really worry about it and so few mistakes, and now it seems to be one after another. B-mode going to try and solo his way through, cut off by Andy. That should fall into the hands of Torment. Cut to the mid for Calm. Should be able to keep that one alive through the corner. Oh, B-Mo came through to try and get a piece of it, but a defender was there and able to make that an awkward touch. Out of the corner now, pops out to mid. Calm tries to get a piece of it. It will touch ground. OT, Game 5. Of course, here we are.
Game 5 OT in a tough one. As winner of this puts themselves in a position to go to the next round in the upper bracket and hold on to one of those 3 lives. Touch in the midfield. It's going to be Tor. He's going to back out of that one, and it's a big clear. Calm on the back wall already. Hits the ceiling, and it's passed back across. Trying to go for a drop-down pass, it looked like, as this one played in the midfield again. Dangerous spots. As played in the corner. We've already got one on the back wall. It's going to be Beast Mode, who's not going to be able to reach out to this one. So he bullies the player off, hoping Calm can sweep through, but a lot commit and nobody back. Could be a chance here from version 1. No demo to pair with it, as low boost is there. Torment with a 50. No one's going to be able to get up to challenge this one. So backboard going to be important, as you already see the bullying and something that Dignitas has done so well. But a wide open net. It's open, and it's going to be version 1. Beast Mode closes it out in overtime.
We take those. Oh, get me out of this game. Get me out of this series. Make it go away.
I need my...
Oh, that pains. That hurts. A wide open net. It's not how you want to see the overtime, but that concludes round 1, and that's what we like to see. So right after the break, we'll get the score updates and our round 2 matchup. So don't go anywhere.
feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you step on the house, you feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween.
North America is a really competitive region now, especially with a lot of teams coming over or a lot of players coming over. So I really think that FaZe, G2, SSG, Furia, GenG, V1, Optic, all these teams are really competitive. Really anybody can beat anyone on the day. It's super competitive.
Gets by one. He's just there, just walks through when Andy gets his first. Dignitas immediately responds.
The added depth of the region really helps the region, I believe, because it's going to make sure that the competition is higher, which means that more teams will be getting better more frequently, and then we can do better at international majors and world championships.
And that's now Andy put it away, and he does, and again, another response from Dignitas.
As opposed to last time where you had really only 3 or 4 teams competing for regional, now I think you legitimately have 7 or 8 teams fighting for it, although there's not a lot of teams after, say, the top 7 or 8 that I believe could win regional, but there's a lot of competition still there.
Now Drees will put a bomb, the shot goes through for Drees, and Dignitas 1-0.
The team I think we're closest to is either Shopify or Excel. We always have really close matches against those 2 teams, and it feels like we're really neck and neck. Complexity could also be added in that mix. Really anybody can take it on the day.
Oh my, putting it over to Hey, look at the magic from Drees.
Last regional, we came in kind of new to a team, kind of awkward with each other, but now we're getting a lot closer, and I feel like that step of an extra comms, extra time to know what we're doing on the ball, things will help us a lot. And currently our goal, at least for the first split, is to get into that top 8, and then down the line we want to be fighting for every single major. We want to make sure we're with the top, and we don't want to fall behind.
We get Andy! Mr. Andy! King Nolan comes through, 1:19. Dignitas take another O.
can feel this time. Choke my neck and I just wonder why. I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy. A suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist. I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth.
Hello and welcome back to the RLCS Fall Cup. This is round 2 of Swiss of day 1. And we had a juicy round 1. We had, 4 game 5s, which is nice to see. I'm joined by Leaf and Achieves. I'm Gibbs. How you doing? But we're going to go right into the Swiss graphic because we're just going to get this ball rolling. And Achieves, I'll let you take it away. There was only 2 underdogs that won, and it wasn't Leaf's team. So go ahead.
Unlucky.
Wow,
Leaf.
thanks.
Tough. That's
It was
the way
close.
it goes. It was close. Unfortunately, my underdog now runs into phase, so who knows how long they stay in the undefeated column. But that's the way it goes. You got to play tougher and tougher teams as we keep rolling.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that leads into our Swiss matchups. So we'll take a look and we'll really dive deeper into these matchups here just a bit. Leaf, we had underdog picks for round 1. You're 0-1. So I'm going to allow you to try and make up ground here. Pick an underdog that is going to win their matchup here.
What a nice guy.
From any of these, like, does it have
Any
to
of
be,
them. You can pick anything, but we'll have to prove if it's an underdog or not.
Yeah, I was just looking at the high matches there.
We'll do high matches then.
And,
Go ahead.
well, it's tough because I would maybe pick Furia as the underdog here, but I just don't know. I mean, they looked fun, but I don't know if they looked complete enough to take down SSG. Maybe, you know what? I'm just gonna have fun with it. 26 Rising.
Going back to, they got 300. Wait. How are you doing this? It's against Dignitas. Either way.
Well, they let me down.
Either way. Moving on. We have our
My team
featured.
lost, so now we're going to beat him.
We have our featured matchup. We got to get right into it. We got version 1 versus G2. G2, number 1 team in North America for, it seems like 2 years at this point, versus version 1, that up-and-coming challenger as of last year, but Regional 1 didn't go their way where they came in 5th, so they're going to try and bounce back a bit here. Both teams sitting at 1-0. 2 fantastic coaches on the side. We got Sathu and Firebird. You can't ask for better coaches throughout all of NA, like outside of maybe Chrome. So no offense, Chrome. But this matchup is going to be so good because version 1, we're going to see that demo game probably come out against with Calm. Because Leaf, I hear you have some stats about Calm on demos.
Okay, so this is great. It doesn't sound that much when you look at the average. It's 2.58, which is still a lot of demos per game. But the total of 67 demos in this season is just absolutely absurd for Calm. Like, you look at that number and it's ridiculous. So, like, he's a player that's going to be in your face. I bet you a lot of those end up being bumps as well. Just the physical play in general from Calm is going to keep your head on a swivel. So G2 will have to be looking around, but they are speedy players.
Well, Twitch chat, it's up to you now. The Verizon fan vote, you will let us know who's going to win this. You're 0-1. I'm just letting you know. You're 0-1. So hashtag V1,
no pressure.
Hashtag G2, and we'll see how this demo game plays out. Because I think with G2, they're starting to incorporate it more and more. Even though they are number 1 team in North America, like throughout all of last year, and still looking very, very strong. But we got to get into our picks to decide who's actually going to win. I am not going first this time.
Okay?
That was not a good idea. So Leaf, go ahead.
All right, I'll start us off. Yeah, and you're right about the demo game too. I mean, Atomic he's not up there, but at 1.71, he's still getting physical. I think he's been a great addition to this roster. Obviously, when they first brought him in, it took a couple seconds, but it's been fantastic ever since for this roster. So I think that's going to continue, and G2 takes this one. V1, they had a bit of momentum what we saw in that last round, but G2's fast. I think they can get away from those demos, so I take G2.
Yeah,
Chiefs, what do you got?
I would like to pick V1, but if I did, I'd be picking them on upset potential. And like, I've definitely done that before. It's just, I don't think G2 gets upset all that often. I think that, you know, while the defense of V1's good, there's going to be a lot of physical pressure. I also know that some sick counterattack potential over on that G2 side. So I think they could take it here.
So at the beginning of this year, I thought V1 was the overperforming team from last season, and I think that they're going to fall down a bit because of the international moves. But G2, I think, will still be a top 2 or top 3 team, so I'm going to go G2 here as well. Yeah, it could be tight. Like V1, because when Beast Mode goes off and Calm is getting demos, Beast Mode could absolutely win. But here are your results to the Verizon vote. G2, 75%.
Not tight for chat.
That sounds good. That sounds good all in all. With their fan base, sure.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it go 4 or 5 games. That's for sure. I mean, no one doubts that version 1's capable of taking games off of G2. It's just a matter of actually winning the whole thing is another matter entirely. And Chicago, JNAPS, and Atomic don't have time to mess around. They like to qualify and move towards Saturday as quickly as possible.
Well, let's see how fast they can do it as we get into our series best of 5 in round 2 for day 1 of the Fall Cup. As V1 and G2 faced off against each other. We talk about physical play from both teams. I'm sure you'll start seeing that pretty early on just to set that dominance. Weird touch, but it turns into a great pinch for G2 to make sure V1 doesn't gain any momentum on that orange half.
What you're really looking for is how many people G2 are able to bring forward when they get on offense. If they start getting 3 people, 2 people consistently camped out over on that blue side of the field, that's when they're really going to start to crack that version 1 defense. You start getting 1 with somebody coming in from the midfield line, that attack's going to be a little bit too slow, and version 1's defense is going to have the tools to figure it out. But it starts getting crazy. G2's going to do their best work. Calm, little slider. It's actually going to find its way in the net. I thought for sure Atomic was going to pull that one out.
No, you're right. It looked like he was there. JNAPS was on the ground too, right in the way. Yeah, just sneaks in there. Great placement. I love that goal explosion.
I didn't realize Atomic had no boost that whole time. I went back and looked at how he did it. It's like, okay, I guess he had to kind of pick a lane and hope. But with boost, I think he gets there.
But he didn't. And it's a goal now for V1. G2 will have to try to find an equalizer off this kickoff. They're losing control of that midfield slowly but surely as V1 starts to make a push towards that half beast mode. Floating around in the air, trying to get Neki. That gets shut down pretty fast from G2. They're sitting on defense, waiting for an attack here. JNAPS will be the one to take it away. All 3 defenders were waiting to see what beast mode would do. And all the way down the other field, both players mind-gaming each other. Torment looking for a dunk.
Just a really weird communication error on the G2 side of things. They all found themselves on the same line pretty much on the pitch. And they're like, wait, we have no field coverage, and they all just ran away, and they have to reset their attack here. And as a result, tough missed touch from Chicago. Would have liked to see him be able to build pressure off that, but had to take a few extra times to reset themselves here.
Atomic does his best just to keep the play alive. It bought enough time for his teammates to get boost. That'll be a shot.
Oh, wow.
50 out of the way, but it doesn't matter. A finisher comes in from JNAPS.
And you see the difference there. I mean, JNAPS has Chicago in the box, ready to go, and this time they get the dunk where the clear is happening rather than after it's come to him and meeting him at the midfield line. G2 gets that pressure forward. They're able to sit on the box, make the reads, hit the blocks, and maybe a fortunate bounce that comes right back to him.
Attack off kickoff here from Torment. He gets the 50. A demo from Calm just to make sure that goal is secured.
Hello, Torment. Didn't even need the boost in the midfield. Just a little bit of mind games. Go up what looked pretty aggressive, and JNAPS, I think, had the right idea. Get on top of it, make sure that he can't get towards the backboard, but didn't read Torment's speed perfectly and went a little too far.
Just past the halfway mark, V1 regains the lead. With a nice team goal there. Both players on the offense working together to put that in the back of the net. Great touch from the defense there. Look at JNAPS now trying to get physical on the goal line as they look for that tying goal.
Love that. Clear from Calm with authority out of the half. Say, nope, go back to the drawing board. You're going to have to starve us somewhere to make sure you have enough pieces as Calm throws another one towards the corner.
They're still on offense, though, keeping it low. That might be a chance JNAPS could wrap himself around the carve Nice enough with low boost. He ends up losing a 50. That ball trailing blue down into the orange end. Ooh, a miss there. Forces JNaps up. Beast Mode almost able to pounce on that.
Okay.
Recovery on defense here for V1.
Big chance. You need to get this block, and you love combat. How about this? Up to JNaps off the ceiling. Here comes Chicago, and he's going to slam it off the wall to himself. Way to piece it together. The vision from Atomic, not scared. Don't get it, JNaps.
Beautiful touch off the ceiling. I love to see players utilize that. It gets so confusing for the defenders down on the ground. And a fortunate touch off that corner bounce to the back of the net, tied up, 1 minute left.
Yeah, Chicago not going to be happy with the finish job. The result is good, but he knows that the first through attempt probably should have just been on target instead of off the wall, but you get it done.
Atomic looks to shut down V1 in the corner here before they can make any kind of threatening approach. They managed to hold him to the corner so far. V1 backing off now. Beastbo trying to buy as much time to get them back to midfield. He does his job properly as Calm. He's able to shut down G2's push down into their end. Final 30 seconds on the board. JNaps with Atomic, but Atomic stays grounded. Chicago finds it on the right side. That pinch coming out center in favor of G2.
Okay.
Torment had the touch out, but he doesn't. Finally, V1 makes that push past both teams. Looking for that control right now in the final seconds to end it in regulation in front of the net. Could have been an awkward situation for V1, but they hold it together, and we might be looking at overtime achieves.
Great start. I think version 1, I think it's fair to say that they probably should have won this one because it was two fortunate kicks off the post straight back into a G2 offense that netted themselves a goal. But you can't get too hung up on that one. Version 1 doing a great job moving the ball horizontally on their half of the pitch and forcing G2 to spread themselves out and make tough blocks if they want to stay on offense. And that's really the defensive key for version 1 is the ability to move the ball in your own half towards safety rather than straight at that G2 midfield line where you allow that pressure to build.
V1 trying to find a formation down the other end, and they lost it. They get a chance for G2 to take a shot. JNap's a little far from that infield pass. Calm can intercept. There's Beast Mode waiting for JNaps to drop this one low. There, he gets up quick. Atomic just as fast. Shuts down any solo play Beast Mode may have had there. Minute into overtime. Both players taken to the skies around midfield.
Okay, there's a boost steal. Now you win this block, and G2's got a lot to work with, but Beast Mode, goodness gracious. Great idea, go for the pinch, force it back to the other side of the pitch. Atomic with a few wall dashes and another boost steal, and G2 knows that's where they gotta go to kind of hamstring this attack. Calm denied by Chicago.
Almost. Beautiful solo play there. Unfortunately for Calm, he had two defenders to end up dealing with. He had the one. G2 just holding on here as we approach that second minute of overtime. Chicago trying to get cheeky with a touch towards the net.
There's the crush.
But Torment does get a boost, and that'll help them hold and maybe even push here.
Just trying to squeeze in that version 1 box and get it as crowded as possible, and maybe someone makes a mistake or a missed touch, and G2 knows they're circling right now.
Atomic again to the corner. JNaps to follow up. Atomic is going to leave that. It was way too far to reach. Beast Mode with enough boost to be annoying here. That's a shot from G2. Torment gets up, but with no boost, this could be a chance for G2 if they can get control of this. Oh, a touch up front, but no one with a chance to take the shot there. Atomic didn't want to get too close in case that got sent out.
It's like watching, you know, you go watch those nature documentaries and it's like, here's the predator. Like G2's like coming at him like, don't mess up. And V1's trying everything in the book to just weasel and squirm away from them and get to safety.
3 minutes now of overtime in game one. Guess we picked the right featured match. It's V1 and G2 putting on a show for us. Back and forth. Great touch out there. JNaps is going to have a nice little power shot. They're going to take it.
Can only live so long. Today, the stamina war is won by G2. They will not be outlasted by the version 1 defense in game one, at least. That was quite a lot of work for G2, but they're okay with that. They don't care how long it takes, as long as they come out on top. I mean, they crushed him in terms of general pressure, camped out over on that blue side of the map for so long. Very well played game.
Great across the board, but G2 takes the victory over version 1. And I'm wondering now, I got to bring him in, Gibbs, if the rest of the scene is as exciting or close as this one.
I feel bad, though, for V1 because 2 post bounces were the first goals for
right back to
G2.
him.
That hurts. That hurts. But some underdogs. I'll update some early round action here. Ghost versus Shopify. 1-0 to Ghost there. And unfortunately for Leaf, Furia versus Space Station. You almost picked Furia.
I should have.
You didn't,
that one.
but Furia is up 1-0 while Dignitas is beating 26 Ryzen. And
Oh, man, I am
GenG
going-
and Complexity. That is also an upset right now. Complexity, they're up 1-0 so far. It's early goings though, but those are your underdog matches so far in game one.
We'll find out if game 2 achieves, ends up going as long as our first one. Close series. What do you think is that extra edge then that the V1's going to need if they want to bring that in their favor this time?
Oh boy, it's so tough. Again, I did like whenever you saw it in game one, whenever they got to move that ball horizontally away from wherever that midfield defender is camped out, like here from Tormund, it's straight off the ceiling and goes straight forward. That gets him nowhere. If he's able to get that out to the opposite corner, then there's space to work with and an opportunity to clear the ball. And that's really where version 1 can get out of their own half and give themselves a look down on the other side.
V1 feeling pressured from G2 right now. They're just rotating shots at the net. Nothing to show for it, but
You can't go right at him.
still at least some early pressure control from G2. Now V1 at the midfield. See if they can set something up here. Chicago quickly jumping on that. Says, nope, let's not give them the space. Right thing to do. Beast mode falling short on boost. Does manage at least to make a defender jump for that. Atomic now without boost. See if that is detrimental to the defense of G2. So far, they're doing all right.
I like to see Atomic not afraid to just come in barreling from the midfield line as fast as he can to smash it off his own backboard, because he's like, that's the optimal play. And it's like, there are times when that's definitely a good play, but it could have just as easily put his teammates in a real bad spot if he mistouched it. So I like to realize be confident in a player like that who knows what needs to happen and can execute it on both sides of the ball.
2 touches from Atomic. Go straight into a defender on V1. Still scoreless. 2 minutes in. Chicago with push out, but V1 ready for that. Oh, I'm trying to draw an attacker, and he does.
He missed the touch, and that just builds the pressure because it's like, okay, great job. You faked one out. That's what you need to happen, but the follow-up is what matters, and JNaps misses a chance to put one on target. Maybe he let it go. Maybe he missed it. Either way, G2 unable to find the net.
Look at the bumps coming out for G2, though. Taking defenders out of the net. Atomic gets the touch he needs. That last 50 with the bump coming up beforehand set it up.
And you love the recognition from Atomic on the wall. I mean, he has options there, right? He can try and rip it towards the backboard to try and beat the defense that's caught flat-footed. He can try and air dribble it off there. He can do a lot of different things, but he notices the biggest one that matters is how much space opened up with that physicality as Beast Mode trying to replicate it. Atomic wants a second redirect. He's going to come up empty, and it's going to fake Torment out. The only way you beat the defensive master is to just not hit it.
Bang. Hey, We saw Calm with a fake before. No follow-up. All you need is a fake on this one. You don't need a follow-up. That's just dropping straight into the net. G2 with the lead at the halfway mark of game 2. Looking good for them as they already have a game in the series against V1.
It also helps the Torment only had like 20 boosts when they went up for that, so he would have needed a lot more to feel a lot more confident with it, so took his best guess. But what can you do?
Ooh, beast mode. We're going for a lot of those solo plays, and I think that's the closest he's probably gotten. We'll try another, just at least having someone there to challenge Chicago.
Oh gosh.
High touch.
Atomic's just not shy. It's like, I think he knew he was beat, but it's just the raw speed at which he plays the game, right? I mean, he went straight up that corner, instantly jumped off, because he was like, if you want to beat me, you got to clear it over this way. And him doing that, like, even though he knows if it gets cleared that way, he's not going to win, it forces version 1 to touch that ball where he thinks it needs to go. And he's right. And that makes it so easy for Chainaps in Chicago to play it behind him because they're like, oh, the ball has to go here.
So you're saying he's pretty good.
He's a genius.
Hey, well, what they're doing is working right now. Final minute of gameplay in game 2. Still no goals. Whoa. 4v1.
Wait, what? The fact Chicago even had a second look at that amazes me. That's a big double commit from G2.
No punish. V1 will have to put everything into offense now, but the result could end up in situations like that. It doesn't go in the net, well, until now.
There's a little bit of hiccup here between Beast Mode, I believe, and Torment, who should be in control of that ball as it goes up the side. And honestly, I don't know if it really would have mattered. Chicago is out there waiting for whoever tried to take that one up the wall. Unfortunately for them, the recovery not in time, all the way to the back post. Game 2, a wash for version 1. Even less efficacy of getting out of their own half. And that's the adjustment that the G2 made here. They recognized, look, V1's trying to move that ball left and right on their own half to spread us out and make the adjustment. Now they go sit over there and say, now you got to go straight through us or make an awkward, weak touch to your back shoulder and maybe not be able to get back to it before Speed Demon Atomic comes out of nowhere and puts it back in the mix.
A much less convincing performance from V1 here, or just a more convincing performance from G2 as they take the game 3-0 with not much of a threat from their opponents. That puts them at match point now at Chiefs.
Complete game from G2 there in second game, in the second 5-minute stint, I will say. So well played to them. And version 1 again, it's not like they're doing anything wrong. It's kind of like you watch a chess game and you read it with the chess engine and it's like, okay, G2 is making the first or second like suggested move, and like version 1's making like the third and fourth moves. Like they're all good. It's just G2's a little bit more precise.
Yeah. Speaking of doing nothing wrong, I'm back. Hey, what's up, guys? Score updates real quick. Complexity over GenG right now, 2-0. So upset in the making there. And Furia as well, 2-0 versus Space Station. So South American teams are putting up some numbers right now.
Today.
They're trying to get 2 of them into the 2-0 round. FaZe is up 2-0 as well. And then obviously we see G2 up 2-0. The Go series that we talked about earlier versus Rebellion was 1-0 Ghost. It's 1-1 now, and there's probably a score update at this point. Yep, 2-1 now for Rebellion. So right now, not a lot of underdogs outside of those 2 SAM teams.
Oh, it sets up the cruelty though. Imagine the 2-0 round where the SAM teams have to play each other. That's the ultimate cruelty.
But exciting.
I don't know if it works out that way. I don't know.
Well,
I've learned today
depends.
that there's math.
Like, I'll let you know at the end of this. Like, if it does happen, I'll let you know, because I know how it works.
All right, Achieves coming into game 3 with a match point for G2. Do we see the sweep on V1, or is there a bounce back?
right now, it feels like sweep G2. I mean, without seeing some big adjustment from V1, I don't see how it can go any other way. There's just too much coverage and pressure from G2 for me to feel good any other way. There's a way out, certainly. It's like, obviously, it requires, you know, big mechanical outplay and the right amount of speed, because you can't just go at G2. Like I said, they've got a big problem in Atomic, who's so good at throwing a wrench into everything. And to top that off, you got JNAPS back there. He rotates back, and Chicago, an absolute menace at the midfield. It's like they're pretty stiff defensively on that G2 side. It's not like it's just free if you finally break the shell on your own half. Still got a lot of work to do back on the other end.
It does feel like every time a play starts to develop for V1, there's a G2 player there to mess it up in some way or another. The first minute and a half gone by. If it is a sweep, G2 hasn't played their cards yet. There's still scoreless for both teams. Potential here.
Like, thinking about it, your biggest X factor on V1's beast mode, right? Like, obviously Calm, a great physical player and opens up a lot of doors, but in terms of the scoring and making a big play, everyone looks at beast mode as he tries to sauce one over to Calm, who's free jumping. That's the type of inspired play you need to get out of your own half. Love to see the attempt from V1. There we go.
You're right, though. It feels like every other second I see beast mode in the slot, air dribbling, trying to go for a mechie play. But I do like to see, as you said before, trying to look for his teammates across the field sometimes. Get a little bit of that mix-up in.
You gotta outspeed him, and that's no easy task when they're all camped out so well. As, Atomic just off the crossbar. So close to slotting in the first one. You wouldn't live to fight another day.
Far and out, and JNAPS, plenty of time over in the corner there to do what he wanted with that ball. Can't get a setup, but G2 definitely looking like they got the space they need to do what they need to do. As they leave a little room now for V1 as they try to make a push out.
Okay.
Comes in, but low boost. He might get another touch. He does. Beast mode was there for the shot. Well, there was a G2 defender there for the save, and no one's going to get back in time. I think Atomic might have been boxing Calm out.
Yeah, absolutely. Calm trying to race all the way back. He needs that corner boost, and Atomic knows it. Just gives him a big... Actually, I don't know if he really boxed him out so much as he hip maneuvered him pretty much as he tried to go across the net. Really just kicked his nose straight in towards his own goal and couldn't ever get up there in a clean line to save the ball. Kickoff shot denied by Torment.
Torment, the old faithful in net, trying to prevent a second goal from G2. Back pass there just to maintain control. JNAPS gets the touch, but he can't move it out. Will require the help of Atomic as they dive down into the blue end to try to set up for another attack. Atomic, again, that physical player we mentioned before the series started, doing exactly that. As they do look for that second goal, the cushion, to make sure if V1 does get one, they still maintain the lead.
And now you start to see a little bit of that V1 desperation diving coming out. Like, okay, we're going to start jumping from behind people that are air dribbling to really try and mess up their approach and see if we can open up a gap in the midfield that way by making them have an awkward touch or a really weird approach on a hit or something like that. That's kind of the new approach from V1 because they know they just can't sit there on defense anymore. They have to do something.
Final 30 seconds now. V1 still staring down a potential sweep here from G2 if they can't find that equalizer. Torment will try to get things started as he brings the pass midfield. Beast mode a little bit behind, and G2 moves it back down into the V1 defense. And with low boost, they're losing chances. They almost had one, but JNAPS always with a great rotation back. 3 seconds left. They'll have to have a 0-second goal chance. Beast mode. He's going to take the shot. JNAPS clears that one out. Calm. He'll get another chance, but it just out of reach. V1 did their darndest, but they could not come through.
Just no boost on that last opportunity. Yeah, it popped off the bar, but he was never going to have a look at it. And that's kind of what you're talking about. You know, there's a lot of work to do once you finally get through the midfield line. And well played to G2, genuinely. Like, that's a complete series. Not a bad showing from V1 at all, but that was locked tight.
I don't know, Chiefs. I'm going to disagree a bit because V1 didn't score for about 15 minutes there.
Yeah, I know.
The end of that series. So G2 obviously playing fantastic, but V1, we saw this at Worlds as well, where the offense became very passive at times. And it seemed like they had to because of G2's pressure, but they got to find a way to break out. And Beast Mode is supposed to be that player, or Calm, because of those demos, and it just didn't happen in that series. But we're looking at Energy Rogue. Oh, and Rogue staying alive. They were down 2-0 in this series score with 1.0 seconds on the clock. Looks like we might get a game 4 here, but a lot of series 3-0 sweeps. I'll rattle them out really quick.
Yeah.
We have a South American update. Both South American teams have swept their opponent's complexity over GenG. Furia versus Space Station Leaf. You had your opportunity.
I am
like
the complete opposite end of correct today.
It's unlucky, man.
And FaZe as well, 3-0 versus Axel. So the 1-0 round is done. So that goes to the 2-0. So it should be, if my math is correct. Well, I'll do the math while we're watching this.
Yeah,
game.
do the math and break.
Yeah, one last game here. Shopify Rebellion versus Ghost Game, and the only game 5 we have. And we were talking about this series a lot, that it was close. But every other match was a sweep, like outside of Energy Rogue, obviously, like that's going to game 4 right now because they had a long overtime. But OptiGaming and Dignitas also got 3-0 victories. So a lot of teams just wanted to get this round 2 over quick, but Shopify and Ghost like, nope, you're going to wait and you're going to watch us on Champions Field.
Ghost Gaming making a good push as well. I mean, it's easy to forget with all that's happened in the past few years. Shock was a North American MVP not that long ago, and he's joined with some dangerous teammates there in Hoxer and T. Carell. So there's a potential here that they squeeze a win off Shopify.
And let's not forget that Regional 3 is now different. It's an invitational. Top 16 teams make it in. Ghost did not make Regional 1 here, so they need points to get into that invitational, to have a chance at a major, or just to have a chance to play more, right? And get that practice in. So right here we see Parth coming home. Nicely done. But Rogue and Energy have just begun their game 4 as well. So they're a little bit behind because of their long overtimes earlier.
I would hurt if for NRG if they end up getting reversed on this one.
Wait, why you got to do this, man?
You that's negative manifestation, and Daz and James are going to be so upset with you. They're going to be like, "How dare you try and speak that into existence?"
You know, I try to prepare myself sometimes. You know,
So good news for teams that if you like the teams from Sam. FaZe will play Complexity in round 3. G2 will play Furia. So they did avoid each other.
2 tough
which is
matches,
good or not. I'm not sure because now you have FaZe and G2. But, you know, hey, what can you do?
Those are
like,
fun
it's a 2-0 round.
You can go beat them, you know? How hard
exactly.
could it be?
Just 3-0 sweep again. Go for it.
I really want to see Ghost do well because they didn't make it through the qualifiers or is it day 1?
For Regional 1, they didn't make it through. Yeah.
They didn't make it through.
So they don't have any points yet. Well, they're getting points here, obviously. But yeah, so they have to make up some ground on a couple of the other teams that didn't make it here.
Yeah, so you mentioned, again, just how not too long ago, again, a player like Shock being in a North American MVP, now being in a situation like this, it really just shows the breadth of this whole region and just play in Rocket League in general of how good everyone's gotten that players like that aren't even making it. Yeah.
It's hard.
I mean, look at Energy. That's your prime example, right? For 5.5 years, they were number 1. And now they're not even top 8, right? So it's like, it's crazy.
Tough to survive as, with a little bump. Come on, Parth. Yes,
bang.
That's why I like them. They're so good. How many years has Memory been playing RLCS now? I mean, since what? Season... ancient Memory.
Set to Destroy. And I remember that they advanced. That was like season 3, I think, right? Around there, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I thought, like 3 or 4, somewhere around there. Ooh,
So
is
I
that
remember.
3?
Oh, another goal. Memory. Here we go. But that team, they barely made it back in season 3. And a lot of people are like, they're going to go 0-7, right? Because it's league play. They are outclassed at this point. That, like, I planned ahead. I had a bit for every time they played with, like, popcorn and talking about Dayton and all this stuff. Because I'm like, there's not much to say about them because they're going to go 0-7. So I planned a bid for every week of the season. And then they went 0-7.
Oh, no.
But now look at him. You know, he's playing. He's competing on a top 8 team right now in points, and they're looking to get to the Rotterdam Major as one of the big underdogs.
I think, I just got to say, Gibbs's disrespect is some of the best in the industry.
Hey, I just had to plan for something. I'm on the desk all the time. I don't know what to say.
What was that stat about not having played at a certain time from G2 or something? I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember either.
There's some
I've
weird
talked a lot,
things you come up with.
on this broadcast. I don't remember anything anymore. I'm getting old.
I know, right? Yeah, that's just age kicking in, right? Well, it looks like Shopify might have this one in the bag, especially if they keep that up.
Couple of real nice counterattacks from that Shopify side. Doing a great job moving the ball around that midfield line, finding ways uncontested through challenges. And that's really where they found a couple of nice attacks.
Yeah, I don't think... again, I want to see Ghost do well through this, but if... And I agree with you, Cheese. I love watching Shopify. All these players can do some really fun things, but Ghost Gaming's gonna have to be able to eventually start beating teams like this.
Yes, you do have, because otherwise, you don't get the
if you don't win, you don't win. Yeah, you know.
And then you wind up where Leaf is, here on the analyst. That's no fun.
Yeah, we were talking like off air that it's kind of like best of the rest. Like I think there's like 9 teams through North America that I think are top 9, and then who's 10th, right? So a lot of these teams are competing enough for that spot and think that they can at least get that and then see like a couple upsets here or there and they'll move up.
A spot,
Yeah, but there it is. Shopify Rebellion pull off the Game 5 victory in pretty dominating fashion. 4-1 in Energy.
Now don't
1-0-1 on the clock. In the corner.
Oh, he's going to
It's the wrong team anyway. It was the wrong team. Don't worry about it. Like Energy, they take the win, and that concludes round 2. Only one Game 5 for this time, but we'll see what happens in round 3. We already know our 2-0 matches, but we will do the math on the 1-1s and the 0-2s, and we'll give you the entire recap right after this break.
feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you
I think right now NA is incredibly stacked. I think there's 7 teams I could see winning regionals, which is kind of unheard of. And I think it's very difficult to predict who's actually going to be making the majors. Well, I guess more competition is probably good if you're not the one competing. It's a lot easier whenever there's less teams, that's for sure. But I think it's beneficial overall to the region. Maybe not to individual teams. Our closest competition is probably any of the top teams, probably G2, FaZe, SSG, us, Optic, maybe GenG on a good day. I think we're all kind of in a very, very close area up there.
Torment with a net to shoot on as open as you like to set up.
So we got top 8 in the last regional, which is definitely the worst performance we want to have this season. The main thing I think we needed to improve is individually, at least speaking for myself, I wasn't happy with how I played, so I've been grinding and playing the game a lot more, playing a lot more ranked, and just trying to up my overall individual level. And then as a team, we've touched on a few things that we noticed we were doing last regional, and I think we're going to be a lot better going forward.
In the last game, Jack would have been ready for that, but this time it's a mistimed pass.
At the end of the day, it's all about making the majors. We want to make every single major there is, and we want to make worlds. But at the same time, we also really want to not just glide by. Like, we want to win. We want to be winning regionals. We want to be the best in the region. We don't want to be simply gliding by and sneaking into majors and hoping to perform there. We want to be the best.
Now beast mode, double. Bang bang! He goes in behind the defense.
On the backboard, then can tap it behind the keeper.
Hello and welcome back to the North American Fall Cup. You're watching the Rocket League Championship Series. We're in the fall split. We're getting underway in day one of this cup. This is the second regional. I'm Leaf. Stacks and Achieves alongside me. Achieves, Gibbs said he could do whatever he wanted, and he just did whatever he wanted. He's like, I'm out.
He just left. You handle it.
He's out of it. That's okay. We got Stacks in his place. That's an upgrade.
That is an upgrade.
Oh, I don't know about that. I like to refer to myself as Budget Gibbs. So, hi.
Consider yourself the main product now.
Well, with inflation, you're expensive now. So you're
fair enough.
We're glad to have you around. Let's talk about what we've seen so far as we head into round 3 of our Swiss bracket. We have 2 down. Stacks. This is where things start to get interesting, though, because there was no eliminations before, but now we do. And the way this format works, that invitational is suddenly going to be out of reach for some teams here.
Yeah, it is. You've got the loser of Ghost and 26 Rising down there. So really, the losers of both those matches down there are going to be pretty well out of contention. I don't think Rogue is necessarily out with a loss, but 5 is kind of the magic number you're trying to get to in terms of points to get into the top 16. You get 2 just for being in the main event. So, Rogue currently sitting on 4 right now. They need a win just to make sure they get into that third, the invitational here in the fall.
You can see him here, but let's get a better look at the matchups of what we got going on here. I have had a terrible record today, so I've been kicked off the duty of picking any teams, and I get to tell you guys to pick. I'm curious. I want to do what Gibbs was doing here. For underdog matchups here, who would be your pick? Who's going to be that team that comes in, maybe not the favorite, and has a potential to upset it? I got to choose. Who do you got on this one?
Ooh, part of me wants to say Rebellion because I think they've got the best shot at it. The other one says Optic Gaming. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting to pick. Who's the underdog in that view on Optic? Stacks.
I mean, right now, NRG might be the underdog with the best chance of beating a team. Who thought you'd say that in 2022? But I actually think, Rogue's not an underdog in this round in particular, but I think they're an underdog to kind of make it through to the main event. Where they're 0-2, I still think they can actually kind of turn it around. They showed some signs of life, some flashes of brilliance, you might even say, against NRG. So I think they got a good matchup here to turn it around and get the ball rolling.
Well, I'll keep updates on that for you guys, or just go watch the team streams. But for now, here, the featured matchup is going to be Furia versus G2 Esports. This is great. Both these teams coming off a sweep in the round before. G2 over V1 and Furia off of Space Station Gaming. Big win for Furia achieves coming into this. That's got to feel great, especially with some maybe lackluster gameplay results that they've had before.
Yeah, looked good versus Space Station. 2-1, 3-2, and then 2-0 in the third game. So great come from generally not behind, but ahead, I'll say. Kept the lead. And G2, we saw them here on the main broadcast, and I'll be honest, it was a beautiful series against version 1. Didn't allow anything. So Furia's got their work cut out for them here.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. You know what to do. Hashtags in the chat. Get them going. Hashtag G2. Hashtag FUR for the team you think is going to take it. Both teams, again, coming off a sweep. We know there's a big fan base behind G2, but are they going to win this poll? Analysts, prediction time. I'm in the Gibbs spot. I get to do what I want now. I'm going to go first. I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to be wrong, though.
Yeah.
I've been wrong all day.
Nope, you locked in.
All right,
Okay, well,
here we go.
I'm going to say G2. I got to go G2. Stacks. Am I wrong?
Well, as a commentator, I hate everybody's favorite team, so everybody loses. Give me G2. They won the last one.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to curse them, Chiefs?
I might have picked Fury if G2 looked anything less than perfect in the last series. Give me G2 as well, but I think this one goes 4.
I think it's going to be fun regardless. Again, especially if we see that amped up Furia on the pitch. This is going to be a fast-paced matchup, and of course that makes sense. We have 60% in favor of G2 right now, so makes sense. But there's some belief behind Furia. This is definitely, I think, going to be a fun matchup.
They can definitely crack open some pretty tough shells, and G2 is perhaps one of the toughest in North America at the moment. The biggest hurdle I think Fury's got to get through, Atomic. That guy was a facilitator versus version 1. He keeps that speed up. He even find himself able to get a hold of whatever Yanks is throwing at people.
Oh, JNAP throwing one right at Yan, and that's relatively easily sent away when all is said and done. And we are started off with a bang here. between G2 and Furia. Winner into the top 8 yet again. Loser still got 2 shots at it. JNaps with Atomic kind of clearing the way in front. Hard up, as is Kaio. And we talked a lot last time these two teams played, back in the Fall Open, about just how exhausting it has to be to play against either of these squads. And I can't imagine this is going to be any different. This is a big wake-up call, I think, for both of them. Easily their toughest challenge of the event so far.
Yeah, definitely agree. Little floater from Atomic. Tester for Kaio. Don't mismanage your speed on the backboard, but I would agree, because they're two teams that really do make you think about every single touch that you make on the ball, and that can be very mentally taxing to have to constantly think about exactly what needs to be done to break through. It's tough to play against either of these squads.
Hard around Atomic with JNaps jumping up at midfield. So many layers of defense on both sides. The rotations on point more often than not. This is trouble, though, as Chicago had to avoid Kaio. This goes out to the wing. Card bringing it right back in. Chicago's got that right out to Kaio, who will pick their pocket, and Kaio gets the opening goal.
Not the first time today we've seen Kaio make a nice aggressive turn in the midfield to go for one. Chicago, not the perfect touch, isn't able to go straight back into the corner with Card. His only option is towards the middle. Unfortunately, Kaio wheeling back around after stealing that opposite corner boost. Has a pretty clean look on net and doesn't disappoint.
Chicago just walking right in, and Yan at the last possible moment making the save. Good outlet out towards Card. Had to wait a moment, and he'll take out Chicago. Man advantage for Furia. Kaio's right there with Chicago spawning in. That forced him to make an action, and JNaps there as the second layer of defense, sending one downfield. Chicago not quite able to set up Atomic.
Man, and you like to see Card really trying to run interference on Atomic there in the midfield as well, because it was a little awkward to handle over on the Furia defensive side, so to take away that support from G2 in the midfield, right play.
It feels like physical play. Point of emphasis for Furia as Yan missed what by his standards would be a sitter, and you know he's going to want that one back. He may get an opportunity in the near future as that gets by JNaps. Chicago forced into action. Kaio to center, and Chicago cut it out.
You are kind of seeing the big difference there between version 1 and Furia in what G2 has to handle, because Furia is not the team to try and sit there, turtle up on defense and try and outlast you. They're trying to come right at you and say, stop us if you can. And that extra level of aggression, G2's having to make some adjustments for right now.
Furia coming in, averaging about 3.5 demos a game. G2 almost 5 demolitions, and we haven't seen much of that against Furia. Maybe just a little too quick to catch up to. Yan from the ceiling. JNaps the initial stop, and Chicago will collect. Atomic right at Kaio. Well defended again. G2 back to the drawing board. Trying to bait some of these Furia defenders into a bad touch as Yan will sweep one away, and this careens all the way out beyond midfield, and Card can chase it down with a full tank of boost, looking for the flip reset as well, and that was in the vicinity of Yan, and on another day, he might have reacted in time to throw it right back network.
Yeah, very speculative positioning from both teams. Chicago kind of just ranging to the opposite side of the net, almost cracked through the defense. Yanks being aggressive, kind of camped out in the middle of the box there. Maybe something comes his way, and neither of them able to turn one in. The only difference is time dwindling down. It's G2 who needs to score.
Card. Getting one central. Yan with the interception.
Ding.
That sets up Kaio right between the eyes. And Yan actually has G2 downloaded.
And he figured that out. He was thinking initially when he jumps like, okay, I'm going to go pressure, maybe try and score. And he sees while he's halfway to it like, oh, I'm going to have to make an adjustment, see if I can get a block. And boy, did he size that one up perfectly. Like you said, downloaded it.
Kaio with both goals, both from great setups, and another near miss as Yan makes the save right at the goal line. G2 have had their opportunities, but the Furia defense has just been good enough. Chicago ahead to Atomic, lining up a double. Oh, he scores it.
A G2 catches them leaning here in the midfield. Look how far forward. You just saw him at the bottom of the screen. He was all the way on the G2 half. Didn't expect a pass to actually get broken out towards the side, and that's why he's not able to go up and challenge as that touch is going towards the back wall. He has to go out the inside of the net, and Atomic's going to hit a perfect shot.
A goal like that is going to make you think about it for sure. Furia have not had clean finishes, and JNF ties it immediately.
You can see it developing with the space here. Everyone misses the touch, and as soon as it goes weak into the corner, you knew Atomic was just going to dish this middle and hope someone was there for it. Lo and behold, there's Natman right there waiting.
Furia had a very shaky finish to a couple of those games with NRG back in round 1, and they've let this one get away. G2 snatching it back, and it looks like overtime looming unless Card's got something up his sleeve, and he does not. We go to OT in game 1.
What a fun start. It's tough to beat the last-minute comeback. Everyone loves to see it. Doesn't matter who's on the pitch.
Seeing it a lot in North America as well. You remember what Shopify Rebellion pulled off a couple weeks ago. Chicago over Kaio, and Atomic cuts in front of Card. More possession for G2. They didn't have this as much in the early stages of regulation, but they came alive with about a minute and a half remaining, and all of a sudden it's been G2's game. Only a matter of when rather than if they would score.
Ooh, okay. I really did wonder what Kaio was going to go for there. The answer, the punt and steal the boost. And see if something happens young. He's going so hard right there. He's like, okay, if this touch gets out into the middle, I'm definitely beating them. Again, very speculative, but he's too far forward. The touch doesn't come through cleanly. Kind of gets tipped back over his shoulder, and they just give up a freebie back the other way. That's just the aggressive nature of South American teams kind of coming back to bite them right there.
Well, that almost looked like my high school team at times. Just have the third man camping in the middle of the field, throwing caution to the wind. Empty net behind them. G2, 3 unanswered goals starting from about 30 seconds left in regulation, turning this game and this series completely on its head. Man, oh man. Lee,
let's talk about
Can we talk about Furia for a moment? What's going on?
How about we talk about both of the now North American but Sam teams? Neither one of them getting a win. FaZe, I believe the score was like 4-0 for over Complexity. So yeah, not good there. Furia obviously not happy with that turnaround on the scoreline, but you guys might be happy with your underdogs. Both Optic and NRG winning their first games. So that's pretty nice. And then just for the eliminations, I do want to mention 26 Rising actually up 1-0 over Ghost right now. So Ghost, not looking good for them, especially just getting scored on a second ago.
Time is a ticking for them, that's for sure.
Yep, tough luck for Ghost too. They go game 5 with Shopify Rebellion in round 2, and now down to 26 Rising. Certainly not where they want to be. We hope you want to be right here on Aquadome with us with a banger of a 2-0 match here between G2 and Furia. Looked like Furia had game 1 in the bag, and then all of a sudden G2 came right up from the back, overtook them. Kaio over to Card. Longtime duo does not connect for a goal here. And Yan right there in Atomic's grill. Everybody kind of bunched up in the corner with Chicago waiting at the net, and he's enough of a presence to force Kaio to make an adjustment.
Oh, great.
Good pass?
Yeah. Great pass to Yanks. Unfortunately, just couldn't really size it up to put it in between the goalposts. And I was kind of thinking about what I wanted to see out of Furia in this game too. And the funny thing is, I don't think they actually need to change anything. I think they played the game that they like to play. And when it comes to car soccer, I think that's the most advantageous thing you can do when you're a professional team. You don't want to sit there and be like, okay, let's try and outlast G2. You know that's not going to work. It's like, don't waste your time doing something. Go try and do what you do best. and more often than not, it tends to work out for you. The only thing that you hope for is the refinement and the timing that they go for those really aggressive plays. Like right there from Yanks, that's the right time. It just came down to execution, because if he wins that ball, they're going to be in a 2-on-2 with Card coming forward from the back line with a lot of boost, and maybe they get an offensive drive started. The idea is correct. It all comes down to the decision-making at that point, and that's really what came back to haunt Fury, the decision-making at the wrong time.
Look at the first 4 minutes of that last game. Chicago scoring here. Upper left, exactly where it had to be, with Yan trying to get back in time. Oh, that backflip from Kaio just made him a sitting duck. Atomic takes him out. Chicago, the perfect slot.
And he has the backflip too, because he needs to see that bounce off the corner there and needs to make sure he's in position. He can't just jump because he would miss the ball. And great recognition from G2 to realize that he's dead in the water. Again, take another easy one.
First 4 minutes of this series and the second 4 minutes of this series look like two very, very different stories. You'd swear there were two completely different teams on the field. As Yan gets around Chicago and JNaps holds his ground, but Card to follow up. Now Kaio still on the same side. They're not working on the opposite half at all. Everything down that one side, and G2 there to cut it out every single time. Now JNaps, he has Chicago all the way across, kind of circling around just in case JNaps can send one across. Defense from Furia, good enough. So Card, well, he's been given a lot more time than I would have expected him to be given there, with G2 all the way back, getting boosted up and in position. Furia have kind of been afforded an opportunity. Can they take advantage of it? Kaio clears out JNaps, it's still dangerous, and Yan's there.
Man, like that one looked like it was about to fall apart with this touch from Card. You're like, there's no way that goes in. But the bump that's intended to demo JNaps ends up tipping off of JNaps' nose, and he panics, can't make the readjustment after he's recovered, and it ends up working out perfectly. And if you're Fury, you just go, yeah, of course. Obviously.
We need a little disclaimer down on the bottom of the screen here. Results not typical. As JNaps, oh, what a save by Yan, just getting back. JNaps bringing that too low to ground, and Chicago playing back towards Naps, over to Atomic. The possession from G2, trying to just play keep away from Fury and give themselves another opportunity to take the lead.
Ooh.
That one's high, Chicago to follow.
Chicago exercising a little bit of Furia playbook there. Get aggressive, range across, and realize, hang on, if they miss, I'm going to be right there for it. He has full faith in Atomic in the midfield there, that if something gets over his head, he can handle it. That allows him to be positioned that far forward and make a great reaction off a big touch from his teammate.
Oh, the hits keep coming, one side or the other. Yan trying to get in JNap's way, and he very patiently defends that effort. And Atomic weaving around Kaio. Kaio right back in, hard off the backboard. JNap's up quickly, and he'll clear that away, give his teammates time to get reset. Card for Yan again. No, called his own number, in fact. And it was not the play. Possession remains, though, for Furia. It's Card through JNaps. But then Atomic off of Card has Chicago streaking down the middle. And that's a big break for G2. They finally clear the zone, but not for very long. The sense of urgency certainly there now for Furia, trying to avoid an 0-2 deficit in this series against a team that beat them a couple of weeks ago in the Fall Open. Here's Atomic stopped by Yan. That's a great win. 2-on-1, and the one stands tall. Follow up. Oh, I think Chicago got knocked away, and we're tied.
Yanks was the support player here for Card. You can stop it with one, but you can't do it again. Huge demo and great positioning from Kaio. Not getting too aggressive and pushing too far forward on the 2-on-1 and thinking maybe if they miss the shot, I got to clean up. You can't afford to be caught too far forward. Played a little bit safer. Was able to collect on a second chance with a big heads-up play from Yanks with a huge bump.
So here we are again. 2-2. 20 seconds left. I promise you this is not a rerun. You can tell it's a different map. Maybe the same result, though. Overtime is still looming now. Out of the corner, Atomic at the second touch. Chicago floater denied. And Yan gets there as well in JNap's way. Only 3 seconds remain.
Oh, they might.
Whoa, in Chicago, a crucial touch to preserve the game and maybe an opportunity again for G2. Jan will just clear this away and Atomic will keep it alive as well. G2 not willing to just settle for OT and Card comes up empty.
You wanted to see him hit the perfect banger top right corner to close that out with an exclamation point. Sometimes it's not meant to be though. Chicago wants to close it and kick off. But this is what I wanted to see out of that V1 G2 match. You know, this should be a matchup. Anytime you play G2, you give as good as you get. You got to be willing to go out there and fight for possession, and this is the result. It puts you in a position to win the game. You can't just hope to outlast G2.
Clean win right at Yan down the middle. Chicago out of the corner. JNAPS again, this time just wide. He had the overtime winner early in OT in game 1. Yan looking to pay that one back now. Chicago makes the initial stop. Card comes in, and a little miscommunication between Card and Kaio. That forced Kaio to hesitate, and it puts Card in an awkward spot, but Atomic couldn't slot one from the deep wing, and it's Yan now against Chicago. Kaio with Card in behind him.
Great idea.
Can he get passed out? No, he can't.
I mean, even if he can't execute on the actual pass, the execution of catching it with the wheels to take a little bit of speed off the ball and throw off the positioning of that G2 defender slows down that G2 counterattack because the extra person has to come through and try and get it. Card wants to do it himself and can't execute on the air dribble, but this one just going to be bandied about the G2 half as Furia continue trying to poke and prod and see if they can find a gap.
G2 had the opening lead. It was Furia that had to come back a couple of times and equalize. Now Card. All the defenders in front of him, but all the King's horses and all the King's men could not stop Card again.
Great patience from Card. Don't immediately rip it towards the back wall because you see no one up there. He executes, capitalizes on the space that is afforded to him at the midfield line, picks apart the defense, finds the hole in the net, hits a perfect shot. JNAPS is good, but not perfect. And Furia tie up the series.
Oh, Leafy boy. We got a tied up series here. What else is going on around the scene?
Yeah, funness. Because as Furia bites back, so does Complexity. They take one over FaZe.
That goal.
We do also have down in the elimination matches, 26 Rising currently sitting at match point against Ghost Gaming. So that's not looking good for Ghost as Rogan and FOB end up sitting 1-1. NRG, though, you're going to like this one. They're up 2-0 right now over GenG with a 1-goal lead in game 3. Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly, from what I'm seeing, it looks like these European players came in and still have respect for NRG. So they're giving space to NRG, and Justin's just doing magic things. We'll see if maybe they turn that around. But yeah, they're winning right now. So NRG looking good. And then, of course, Optic Gaming and V1 fighting. V1 had a 6-1 win to tie it up this year. Yeah.
That's the beast mode wizardry game, I'm sure of it, if I go back and look at the numbers.
Well, here we go. 1-1 with dueling 3-2 overtime victories. Both teams have scored first and lost the game in which they scored first. So, who intentionally gives up the opening goal here to secure victory in game 3?
Clearly, the optimal strategy is give away 3 goals. But you
My
do
strategy
have
every time I play ranked.
Yeah, how often does it work?
Never. Card will score here. 35 seconds into the opener.
Huge opener. This is just great aggression from Kaio. I mean, it's good communication, obviously, from the 2 players back saying that we've got the ball or we're going to win it. And Kaio's free to go try and get that demo. And it's all on him to just make the big play. And he does it. I love to see the aggression from Furia trying to come out and say, we run this show, not you.
And now just the clock starting to tick on how long it'll take G2 to equalize. As Jan lost control there. Hard takes over. JNAPS up to meet him. Dueling demos from Kaio and Chicago. Both took each other out. What else is going to happen? As Card right at Chicago. All the way across, trying to change perspective for Furia. They're not phased one bit. Here comes Jan. He's still got his flip. Got another one lined up, and Atomic sweeps it away.
Okay, and great support from Chicago there, really trying to get G2 back on the right track of they're the ones in control of possession, and slight mispositioning there gets them out of a jam on the Furia half. You have to reapproach.
That one found its way through the wall. Still Furia on possession. Chicago, a clever stop, and another shot sailing just high. Furia, if they somehow drop this game, they're going to be looking back at that 5-second sequence there going, how did we leave that one on the table?
Well, the thing about it is Chicago's positioning on the backboard forces the shot all the way to the back post. Because, like, that's the only place where it's guaranteed a goal. And that's a lot tougher to execute than if you just try and power it by him. Little stutter step in the midfield from Furia doesn't really get him too much, and unfortunately Chicago kind of hitting the ball slows down that G2 counterattack. They could have had a lot of pressure right there.
Card jumped, but Kyle calls him off and takes charge. Both teams playing to a standstill now at the halfway mark. It's Furia's early
Not
goal,
fair.
though. That's the difference in JNAP's. Soft shot did not fool the defense, trying to go in behind him. Now Card trying to play around Atomic. Not happening. Kaio across. JNAPS is there instead. Demolition on Kaio, and then Chicago gets taken out as well. And he'll have to respawn at the back. It's just a war zone out here on DFH Stadium.
G2 trying anything. Throw up all the fireworks. See if you can catch someone looking in the place they shouldn't. Just distracted by all the stimulus that's happening in front of the goal. Great presence and poise in that Furia defense. Standing tall, 2 minutes though, and G2's got a pretty decent grip right now. Yanks finally able to at least buy some breathing room.
Oh, how
And one
quickly
better.
did this develop? Oh, Kaio up ahead, and Yan not giving the defense any time to react to this. Chicago's watching, and he's still watching. What a shot.
I mean, the pass from Kaio's perfect too. Like, yeah, Yanks wins the first challenge to get them out of their half, but Kaio puts that ball on a dime for him. He had no boost, couldn't make any adjustments, didn't have to stop, just let fly. And you're right, Chicago left staring.
Well, it's a 2-goal lead. This is what Furia had around this point in game 1. And then 2 goals about 12, 15 seconds apart. Brought G2 right back into it. They took that game in overtime thanks to this man. JNAP got the win, but it's harmlessly through to Card. JNAP taking his time. Baiting Yan into a play with Atomic there to follow up. Kaio keeps it close to the vest. We saw this, though, against NRG. Furia playing very close to their own back line and not willing to just clear it away. Oh, that goes off the crossbar as Furia catches a break. They give NRG, wow, they give G2 that look again. They will not get away with it. The same could probably be said for NRG later as Chicago scores with 45 to go.
It had to happen eventually. G2 really knows they need to get something going, and love the patience from JNAPS. He doesn't commit to going all the way off the ceiling because Furia was ready for it. They've hit a couple of nice opportunities up off there, so Furia well and wary of it. Great job from JNAPS, letting it come back down, and Chicago still playing second man. Good support role. This time he's in the perfect position. Drills one bottom of the net to give G2 a chance with 30 seconds.
It just feels to Chiefs like Furia in the final minute is a very, very different team with a lead as Chicago sends one away. Card didn't have a lot of pace on that shot. And now Atomic stuffs Card. One to beat there, Yan coming up. And Chicago will try and launch this downfield. He's got JNAPS to help out as well. It's open off the backboard, and Yan gets there in time. 14 seconds left. Atomic did not dive in. Now he'll pick his spot. Ooh. Try to pop one out towards JNAPS. No, nobody's there. Chicago had to come in from midfield. Now Atomic trying to keep possession for himself. Kaio swats it away. And now Chicago tried to serve one up for JNAPS, and Kaio obliterates him. And it's G2 falling to Furia. Furia holds the lead this time, achieves, but boy, was it a little dicey.
That's big brain from Kaio, man. Like, talk about understanding the flow of play and where that ball is headed and who has to be in charge of it. I mean, that ball gets chipped up into the middle and thinking, yep, JNaps is next. And you go headhunting and you nail him just to kill the opportunity. What a play.
So Furia is on match point. Leaf, who else is on match point?
Well, I'll give you a better than match point. I'll give you finish their series.
Oh, let's go.
SSG 3-0 over Shopify Rebellion and NRG 3-0 over GenG.
Wow.
Okay.
That's what I'm wondering.
Runner up, huh? Okay.
Now I have to sit here and continue wondering where to put NRG. Thanks.
Yeah, right? They're confusing us all. And again, on the elimination front here, FOB is actually up on match point, and they're 3-1 with 1:30 left over Rogue. So we know it's not elimination for Rogue, but this is great for FOB because they get to keep playing. And sorry, one more, 26 Rising. They're on match point against Ghost.
Okay. We're going to see some teams get eliminated real soon. And while Rogue would not be completely eliminated by missing out on top 8, they would be real close, sitting on only those 4 points. Having a couple of 0-3s to their credit as Card shot in the end finishes off a good Furia sequence, but an even better stop by G2 defensively. And this is how we're starting game 4. You think these players are all warmed up by now, Achieves?
I'll be honest. When I see Yanks hit a read like that, the last time I saw a player hit a read like that, extra at the World Championship in the Grand Final, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, they're winning. If you're making reads like that, you're just going to win.
Oh, and Card will get the opening goal again for Furia. This just breaks down from G2. Atomic kind of a little indecisiveness there. Yan up in his grill. Furia 1-0.
It's tough for Atomic there because obviously he's got the ball cam on behind him. And sure, he may know that Yanks is there in the midfield and turned on it. Fake kickoff here from Furia. But Atomic has to watch that ball come over his shoulder and make his best judgment about when Yanks is going to get there. And unfortunately for him, he was dead wrong as this one ticks off the post, the crossbar, excuse me, not the post. And unfortunately, Furia give one right back. Big challenge from Chicago to keep it in the mix.
I want to correct something I said earlier. Rogue will not be eliminated. They actually are into the Invitational. So, Rogue fans, come back. It's okay.
Come back.
Y'all still have some life. You're on life support, but y'all have life here in the fall. Here's Kaio sending one high. And because Card and Kaio both up, Yan has to stay back just in case. He couldn't come up. If he had, I think he easily would have finished that play. Now Card, good win. Atomic is right there, and that's a good little hesitation move by Atomic to win that ball. Now Card, around the corner of JNaps, not fooled by it at all.
Love the positioning from G2. Now they're really starting to get a grip on where Furia are trying to place the ball when they go for some of those really aggressive touches and reads in the midfield, and that bodes well for G2.
Hard up towards Yan. All tied up very early on here in what could be the final game of this series if Furia can reclaim the lead. All boosted up. That's not a concern. It really hasn't been a concern at all in this series for Furia. They have not let G2 starve them out really at any point. Atomic takes that away from Kaio. Card all the way back to the backboard. He'll power this out towards Yan. Right there at Atomic, though he didn't get the touch he wanted. He didn't get any touch at all, in fact. And a chance out for Furia as G2 maybe had blinked. Not so much. Another recovery from JNaps, and back into this vicious cycle of ping pong we go.
Yanks is moving around the pitch,
yeah,
man.
No kidding.
If there's a play to be made, you can bet he's going to try to be right on it.
Looking a little bit like Reddles has looked at times for Optic.
Yeah.
Want to know where he is? Just look for the ball. Chicago.
Is that just in?
It's on. No, just a little bit wide. Just outside the dotted line at the end. Of course, you can't afford to give up on that play if you're either side as Kaio bounces one out.
Now you take a deep breath if you knew you got away with that one. You may have to start to dial it back just a little so you don't allow that freebie, because you don't want to go to game 5. As well as you're playing, all bets are off at that point. Great save. Card has to make 2. This one's going to stay in the box, and Kaio uncontested. I'm not sure if that was the right touch. That buys a lot of time for G2 to get back in the mix, and thankfully Yank's already on the backboard with a booming clear.
And Chicago tried to drop one down to Atomic, and Card is all over it. JNAP's there with a great win. And Atomic just lets that go. He was a decoy, so the defense had to freeze, and they react to Chicago's shot with Kaio making the save. And JNAP's couldn't get there in time, but Atomic can. That's just frantic on both back lines here. Either side, one bit of hesitation away from conceding a goal as Card gets back in time to shut down JNAP's effort.
Now G2's on it, though. They know Furia likes to move the ball in this way. They're starting to get a handle on it. You got to be careful, Furia. You want to close it out in 4, because I think if you go to 5, G2's got it figured out enough.
Oh, yeah, and he's looking for Card. Instead, he found JNAP's. That's not your teammate as JNAP takes out Kaio. Now Chicago just a little too slow to meet up with Yan. But that means he can still be forward, and Kaio has to deal with that. More importantly, finding a teammate. Card running ahead for the demolition on JNAP's. But nothing else happening there. Both teams just seem destined for another overtime here at Utopia. Kaio off of Chicago, and Atomic had to jump back into action. That was unexpected for G2, but they improv well, and it's Atomic launching it downfield with 15 to go. Now Card, indirect for Yan, trying to push that away from JNAP's. Indirect, not on. Kaio played off his crossbar, and Yan from inside the net makes the save. Oh, if they couldn't score then, nobody's gonna score as this one hits the ground. We go to OT.
Oh my goodness. What a read. The defense, a lot of pressure being put over the back shoulder of those Furia defenders. They're playing out of their minds right now, but how long can it last? Surely not forever.
I mean, both these teams needed a kickoff just to reset. It didn't feel like anybody was ever going to score. If that continued on, we could have been there for another 10 minutes. So here we are in overtime, which has no time limit, and we could be here for another 10 minutes if that keeps up. Kaio towards the backboard, and Atomic there in his way. Card against Chicago, who just got a piece as Card nearly ended the series and put Furia into the main event. Now Card around Atomic. He's got JNAP's waiting on the backboard. Chicago on the ground. He'll take to the skies and make the stop, but G2 having to play very patiently there and finally bomb this away.
You could see Furia saying, there's a little extra space. Try and make it work, and JNAP's wants that one back. Uncontested, definitely a hand up in the net for sure if it had been on target, but JNAP's knows he probably could have placed that one and closed this game out.
I don't think the defense would have been able to react in time if it was on target. Chicago, blocked by Card. JNAP with the demo from Chicago, and JNAP sends us to Champions Field.
Oh, it all comes back to bear. Finally, Card just misses the double touch to get that one past the midfield line, or at least give himself a chance at a challenge. And G2 right there for it. They sussed out the distance perfectly. Chicago aggressive as always, finally connecting on a demo. And G2 brings the arms to bear in game 4 and fights all the way back to force game 5 with a great offensive showing. Huge defensive showing from Furia.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, none of it matters if you don't win the game.
So we have one more game to go here, and Leaf, I believe everything else is all done.
Correct. This will be the last one, which is great. Look at that. We just knew it was going to be a great series, so we were showing it to you guys. Yeah. Complexity dropping to phase 3-1. They did not manage through. Big one for Ghost, though. They are done. They're not going to be able to make it to the Invitational with their loss 3-1 to 26 Rising. And of course, FOB does make it through. Rogue V1 bounces back against Optic Gaming to take theirs 3-1, and Dignitas with a 3-0 over Axel. So yeah, this is the last one here. I mean, the only real intense one I think was for Ghost Gaming, because now they don't make the Invitational. The rest here, though, it's still important to make a statement, and I'm excited to see how the rest of Furia G2 goes, because closer than maybe a lot of the fans thought it, Chiefs.
It's stressful. I mean, the game 4 I think was the peak of you need to execute every single touch. Because if you didn't, you were getting pressure put on you. And then you had to double down and execute even more on defense. Like, this whole series has been the skills challenge. That's what this is.
Well, Champions Field, presented by all the drama of G2 and Furia. Kaio couldn't catch up to this one. JNAPS does. And Chicago hard off the backboard. Looking like Card was trying to hit maybe Jan in transition.
Oh, with
and the demolition opens things up, but Chicago is right there. Gonna take a lot more than that to get by either of these defenses. Achieves all these games 1-goal affairs. We've had overtimes as well. A couple of 3-2s, a couple of 2-1s. There is not much that separates these two juggernauts.
And certainly while G2 has gotten the better of them historically, it does feel like, I think to me, Furia playing the better series overall, and it's been G2 playing catch-up, but that's exactly the point. G2 has the adaptation to figure it out and has a chance here to continue that streak of wins against Furia.
JNAP's up ahead towards Atomic. Card in the way, but Chicago will try and hit him. And Jan also intercepts that play. Now JNAPS. This will bounce out, and Kaio is right there. Chicago full tank of boost, but he'll give way to Atomic. Talked about Furia not ever really being in a position where they get boost starved. Same has been true for G2, even though we've seen a couple of steals at crucial points from Furia. G2 has still always had a backup plan. It's Atomic lob one to the backboard, and Kaio is right there.
A lot of people prioritizing their own corner boosts. Like, yeah, if you steal one, that's okay, but like, people are making sure to go out of their way. Like, yep, I'm picking up my corner. I'm not letting this get stolen away. I'll give up a touch on the ball if it means we keep boost. And they're right. With how fast-paced this game has been playing, you need boost to keep up.
That's starting to become a focal point, as I think maybe a lot of coaches also trying to find ways to bring their team to the next level. Atomic missed one high, and had it been on target, nobody was going to get to it. A missed opportunity for G2, and everybody back in front of their own net to fend off Furia. Here comes Jan. Flip reset, bring it to ground, and JNAP's there in the way. Atomic holds his ground and stops Kaio.
That's just understanding from Atomic. Like, he knows he's not defending the shot. He's defending that pass, and he's just focused on when Jan finally commits to where he's going with the ball, kind of trying to get a little bump on Chicago there, open up a little space potentially for Furia, but it's tough right here. And of course, the one thing that finally breaks through, Furia is not expecting.
We've seen Jan back quite a bit at times, where maybe against other teams, and maybe if they hadn't given up that winner like they did in game one, maybe he would have been up more. But maybe that one play still kind of lingering in the back of Jan's mind. Now he's willing to take to the skies. He's got the flip reset, and Chicago there to make sure that never came off the backboard.
Gotta say, liking the idea from Furia here in game 5. Okay, fine, we're playing like full speed ahead. Every touch is go, 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 go. Having to make the slap instant reads, and it's not easy. And now you get into game 5, and Furia's starting to go for misdirection. They're gonna go for it, and then they pull off the ball or something, and they're trying to throw off that timing. Like right here, Kaio throws everyone off the scent, and JNAPS figures it out and gets to the back post. And that's what Furia is now trying to do. It's the one last trick in the bag for game 5.
Starting to feel like overtime territory here with no score in the final minute. Card right at JNAPS. Not bothered one bit.
Okay.
A good ball by JNAPS to find Atomic. Going underneath the low 50, forces Kaio to scream back. And then Kaio comes across again for yet another stop. Here goes Card. And JNAP's going to have that easy stop. Can Jan get to this? He can. He made 30 seconds. Card put nothing behind the shot. JNAP's the savior medal. But now G2 having to work for it here to keep Furia at bay and try to get this to another overtime.
Great positioning. Yanks understanding that JNAP's bringing the ball down. His timing was perfect. Float across the middle. Can he get back to it? Doesn't matter. JNAP's too good. Chicago 1-on-2 now with Yanks in the backfield.
They got the demo, but Card avoids Chicago coming through. 4 seconds. Kaio shot. Defended well by Chicago. Not quite to ground yet. Riverboat Gamblers here. Furia not willing to settle for OT. And now we'll finally get there.
I was about to say, if you allow a counterattack because you mistouched it, you're going to be so mad.
So here we go. Yet another overtime between Furia and G2. Winner goes into the top 8 tomorrow. Loser gets a couple more shots at it, but they're going to be wondering what might have been. As Card denied by JNaps, and Yan will not get to that corner boost. JNaps did instead. Raced all the way back downfield, and everybody boosted up well for Furia as Yan over to Kaio. Back out towards Card, and that caught Card by surprise. Kaio and Card have not been on the same page at critical times here in this series, which is bizarre given the length of time that they've been together as teammates. You'd think the chemistry would just be infallible. As Atomic goes by this ball, and Card will take over.
Love the idea there from Atomic. See if you can just pull off the ball, maybe get a bump or something, but in general, G2 starting to regain and assert control in the overtime. Here's a chance. And Atomic wisely just control it, throw it into the corner, buy time, reset, it'll all be okay.
Despite all the trials and tribulations here on either side, nothing separates G2 and Furia. One goal for the top 8. JNaps no longer there. Neither is Atomic.
Just touched it. Awkward.
I mean, this is where Fury's been the most successful, though. They start racking up demolitions, and they get G2 kind of looking over their shoulder a bit and a little uncomfortable, but Atomic downfield, and Kaio the initial stop. Jan's got to get after this quick, and does, with JNaps lurking, and Card gets that around Chicago. Opportunity now for Yan, but he didn't have any boost, and he had to steal some out of the corner.
And he wins the ball in support here because he stole that boost. He's able to get in position. Unfortunately, the positioning kind of falls apart. Atomic, he was thinking maybe that's the open net, but wisely, Card well aware, like, hang on, we're overcommitting. Readjusts. Furia regain control of the midfield line.
Card diving towards that corner wall, and Atomic lets that go so Chicago could take charge. Nobody else was diving in for Furia. Card couldn't get around for a shot. JNaps around Kaio, and Chicago forces Yan to retreat just a little bit. This is out and available for JNaps, and Yan stuffs it right back in his face, and Card sends it back downfield. Half of an extra game gone by now, and still no closer to determining a winner here in sudden death.
Lot to ask for everyone. Have to remain spotless, and Card is like, okay, we need boost. We're going to buy a little time. We're just going to dribble for a few feet and see what happens then, and that's the right idea. You don't want to rush into anything at this point.
And has Kaio in front, and Atomic will just drop that down to JNaps in Chicago, JNaps got the ball, Chicago got JNaps, and they still managed to at least get something resembling a shot off. And Atomic out into space, and JNaps coming on, but boy, that broke down in a hurry for G2. Unfortunately, hasn't hurt them so much.
Yeah, it worked out because Furia kind of hit a missed ball and didn't quite go the way they needed to. And that allows that double commit to kind of amount to not much. Atomic just smashes one and hopes it's fast enough, gets the boost steal as well. So big clears in order for Furia here to buy the map presence to equalize the boost game.
Atomic got a piece of Card there, but Card had done enough with his positioning to throw off the attack. Everybody back to full strength as Yan gets chased into his own net. And he'll be the one at the back here. That corner boost will not spawn for him, doesn't matter. He doesn't need much in the tank, but he's got plenty. And Chicago will guide this all the way across. Boost steal though by Yan. Keep that in mind as Card
demo!
got that demo, and Kaio will score! Furia to the top 8.
Atomic believed. He was like, guys, JNaps has this clear. Oh no, I don't have the ability to get it. He was so ready to go play support. Finally, his teammates can't compensate, and Atomic is caught leaning. Furia 3-0. What a show.
It really felt like when Furia got away from physical plays and going after demolitions, they weakened themselves. They made themselves very vulnerable to G2's attack and kind of let G2 get too comfortable defensively. Once they wrapped that back up, especially late in Game 5. G2 was scrambling, and you could tell they were so uncomfortable.
Take a breath, Lee. You good?
Yeah, I'm I'm still trying to bring myself down from the excitement of that. That was a great match. I mean, like, here's the thing. I mean, it sucks for G2 because they got to try again. But based off what we've seen there, I have a feeling G2's not going to have a problem making their way through in probably the next round because it just looked fantastic. They just had to play an amped up Furia that's been, in my opinion, getting more and more momentum as they've gone through the day. But G2 is a consistent team that we expect to be in that spot. Maybe some craziness happens, but it'll have to be on the other side of a break because we got to take a break to get the next matches all set up as the North American Fall Cup continues. We have to. So don't go anywhere.
The region right now is at the best probably it's ever been. We have so many teams that came over from other regions, and NA is usually top heavy, but I think now it's becoming a bit more all around just because I think some teams are still figuring each other out, and so I think it's steadying out a little bit, but to be safe I'll say top 4 is the top heavy part. I don't see anyone else competing with the top 4 right now.
Gyro, top corner, buried through 58 seconds in.
I think so far in this season, our biggest competitors are between Complexity and NRG. I think they're both around our level, and we're both struggling with consistencies, but I know that we could do better than them. We just have to perform this next coming regional.
That is very much a giveaway, and that will be buried. Hope yet, 13 seconds remaining.
Based off of last regional, Sipical was one of the best players, but Championship Sunday, I think First Killer showed that he's still the best player in the world when he needs to be.
That much, unless Aqua gets a little help there. That deflection off of the hood.
You know, we're in an area where we know we could be a top 5 team, but according to last regional, it hasn't been that great. But we know that we're good enough, and I think we're trending upwards. So hopefully this next regional, we can show what we're really made of.
Waterfall down, Tarogo underneath, 2-1 to Rogue.
We really want to play on LAN. We know we're really good on LAN. Me and Rocky, we played at Gamers 8. We felt really good. But if top 5 doesn't happen, we just want to show that we could be a top team, make at least a top 4 or a grand final in the regional.
What in the back post, a double tap spiked it down. intensity falls to the might of...
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just have you trying to play second drills up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just have you trying to play second drills up in the memory bank.
I don't want to lose it all, lose it all. I don't want to lose it all, loving you. I don't wanna lose it all, loving you. No, I have been too scared to letting go. I don't want to lose it all, no.
The North American Fall Cup carries on as we get ourselves into round 4 in a few moments. I'm Leaf, Stacks is here, and I believe maybe making his North American Desk debut is CJ. CJ, welcome in, buddy. It's good. Glad to finally have an expert.
Well, I don't know about that. Come on, we've got some other experts here, but no, it's great to be here, hanging out with two of my best friends, Johan and some other production.
Oh, no, you're
we're trying to give again. No, it's good to be here with you boys and looking forward to this one. I think we've got a good matchup coming up.
Absolutely destroyed. I believe so too. Let's take a look at the overall field here, Stacks, because as we get closer and closer to that third regional, the invitational, we still have a couple situations for teams on the line.
Yeah, there are, 2 spots on the line now because Knights and Rogue have kind of stumbled backwards into the invitational. And so it's real simple now. You've got Saul, who's not in this event. 26 Rising and Flashes of Brilliance are. They are tied at 3 points overall for 15th through 17th. Top 16 get in. So if both 26 Rising and FOB lose this round, there'll be a 3-way tie for that last spot. if either 26 Rising or FOB win in round 4, they will play themselves into the Invitational. So it's really that simple down there. And of course, up at the top, you've got teams trying to get back into the top 8 where they feel they belong.
Right. I mean, at the same time, it's still nice to have your own fate in your own hands for those two teams, FOB and 26 Rising. We'll see how those matches go throughout. I'll be giving you guys updates. Let's look at the matchups here. And if you guys want to watch all of these matchups, you can do that. There's team streams going on. Have all the tabs open. I have like 8 screens open up here at any given time, but we will have a featured match. We'll talk about it in a second. But CJ, I want to talk to you about just NRG right now. Obviously, they're the big talk. There's been question marks about them. They're bringing a new coach. Don't change roster. Now, this weekend, it looks like they got a little bit of something going on here.
I mean, taking down GenG, that is no easy feat. I mean, you're sort of speaking about in the green room. Perhaps it's that presence that they still have against the EU boys. Perhaps, Jack and Nolly a little bit intimidated. But, I mean, that's a great win for them. They beat Rogue, obviously, but there's still question marks against the top teams. But, GenG, they're a top team, so they're looking all right.
Well, let's talk about this featured matchup that we're going to have on the broadcast here. The Stacks and CJ will be casting over. It's G2 Esports versus Space Station Gaming. Big matchup, a classic matchup in the North American region. We always love to see it. Space Station, although coming across the Furia just before, and now they got to go up against G2, a team that went the distance with Furia. And, maybe that doesn't bode too well for SSG, but Stacks, coming into this one, does SSG feel like the underdog?
I think they would be the underdog. I don't know that will be the case as we go through the whole year, but right now, yes, I think SSG is the underdog. I think we're still kind of waiting for LJ to find his way with this new roster, but I also think it's a guarantee that he will, and when he does, this is a world championship contender.
Well, let's get the Verizon fan vote on the board because we have this matchup coming your way very quickly. Hashtag SSG or hashtag G2 in the chat. Vote for it. We saw G2 winning the last one they were in and most of the ones they're in. But we'll see because SSG does have a good fan base behind them. Who do you think is going to win this one and make their way into the next day? Analyst, quick thoughts on this one. You're new here, so we got to get you on the board first, CJ. It's the lamest hazing of all time. So you go first.
It is. I mean, obviously, G2 just drops a Furia, but you look at Furia, they rolled Space Station and G2. So I'm going to have to go with G2. They took it a lot closer. So G2 in this one, but it's going to be close.
Stacks, my boy.
Yeah, I got to go with what I know right now. I think SSG might be the better team later, but G2 right now is the best.
Sometimes you have to go on the day, and I just know G2 is consistent. So I'm sticking on the board there. We almost cursed them the last one. We'll see if we do it again here. But G2, definitely a team you expect and know will make it into those. Very surprised if they don't. Chat, almost surprised if they do, though. Only 50. I guess that makes sense. This will be a good matchup regardless, but G2 coming into it, Stacks, definitely having a bit of the upper hand, especially with the way they've been playing today.
Yeah, and still certainly warmed up after going the distance with Furia. It'll be a different look this time around with SSG on the opposite end of the field. Again, winner into the top 8. This is G2's second shot at it. As Daniel gonna take charge early on. JNAP's that initial save. And if you're G2, you might have liked to maybe go about 30, 45 seconds without having to face a tough shot after playing Furia for 5 games, but here we are, off to the races.
I mean, it's all about just resetting right now, resetting the mental for G2. I know coming off those close Game 5 OTs, you could have gone either way. You're 1 goal away from going 3-0 in Swiss. You're looking like $1 million up there with FaZe, but now they've got to regain, and, they're not versing any team, just any team, Stacks. They're versing Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, the big talk being, of course, LJ being added in the offseason. He was the sought-after guy for a lot of North American teams, even though he had signed that extension, reportedly, with Oxygen. I think everybody kind of knew that he would be available to teams once we hit that offseason. Here he is now with a new look, and I'm sure he seems to be loving it. Here's Daniel. Flick shot on, easily sent away by Chicago. Right over towards Atomic. JNAP's in LJ's way and tried to chase down Chicago downfield. Has he chased him enough? No, Chicago recovers, even with LJ trying to take him out.
Oh, this is such a measured start. This is like 2 old buddies just having a little tango back and forth at the moment. They're both trying to figure each other out. Little fake for LJ. might come off. Daniel is lurking, looking for the air dribble. JNaps does carry it away. I love this start, Stacks. This is, again, they've played each other a million times, and it's a chess match.
Oh, Daniel crisscrossing in front, and LJ will get an assist. That's certainly going to get his confidence up as he forced that ball through, and Daniel gets around Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago just putting his controller down there. Not much he can do. Great placement in behind. Broke his ankles in the net, but great start here. Space Station Gaming with all the pressure, all the control early.
Atomic trying to play around LJ for JNaps to Chicago, and we're tied up just like that.
I mean, that's the classic G2 pass play that we love. Atomic off the roof, infield, JNaps, bang, one across, and Chicago again putting it behind two Space Station defenders. They're looking pretty warm, Stacks.
Yeah, no kidding. I think both these teams, they've had plenty of experience so far in this event as Daniel pinched one downfield. JNaps is right there for it. Looked cool, didn't fool anybody as Chicago throws one all the way across. JNaps got the demolition, and Arsenal jumps in front with LJ making the initial save. That was a little hairy for the Space Station defense. Now G2 has to play D, and Atomic just keeps him out. And Arsenal thought about the shot and instead plays to the corner, and again, nobody bothered by it.
I mean, just going back to that the pinch from Daniel, we're seeing teams having to respect Stacks. The pinches and now the Psychos. Gyro hitting one in the qualifiers. Daniel over the top. Stop it. What an air dribble.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff. The offense just keeps rolling back and forth. Arsenal in Chicago's way, delaying him just enough. And poor Chicago has just been a target for all these SSG attackers. You had LJ chasing him around a moment ago. It just seems like he can't get any space to get comfortable at all.
Yeah, he's just getting 2v1 at the moment. Look at the bump plays from Space Station. This is a clear game plan coming out from the side of Chrome here. They know the bump plays will get into G2's half as the pinch almost comes across. Arsenal does take it away, but the aggression right now, that's the difference between these two teams. We're seeing a lot more physicality for Space Station, and G2 can't quite handle it at the moment.
Yeah, worked for Furia. They were especially dangerous when they were able to kind of knock around G2's cars, as Daniel will guide this away from Atomic. We talk about Chrome, one of the better in the business. And probably on the other side, another one who's going to be highly regarded when all is said and done. Sathu leading the charge over at G2. And Chicago with Atomic running forward. Atomic's got to cycle out and let JNaps take over, which he does. Arsenal's got to have this, and he had that as well, but Chicago had the read as well. And a lot of familiarity between all of these players. This is decidedly not the first time they've met each other in a high-stakes matchup.
I mean, thousands of games going back and forth, and right now it is Space Station that are getting the upper hand. LJ backwards, taking off the air dribble, but the bumps and now might be coming out for G2, and the passes, the signature G2 pass play Stacks. I mean, if they can get those going, that could be the difference, but right now, it's been Space Station looking to push forward. JNaps trying to answer back. Off the backboard. Miss coming out. I think he might have saved that. Atomic could have had the angle. But again, we're still looking for a goal on the side of G2. Arsenal parries it away. 45 on the clock, Stacks. Can they get the equaliser?
Well, Daniel, a good win there to slow down G2, but it's Atomic coming away. JNaps tried to get Arsenal coming across. And then Chicago's shot, nothing behind it, and not on target. 30 seconds remain. Trying to center here, but LJ's there. Nobody from G2 in the vicinity. And Daniel jumps up to intercept this ball. SSG holding on to a 1-goal lead for now 20 more seconds. LJ around the boards. More time wasted. G2's got to get on the move. That's a good pop by Atomic. Chicago chases it down, so too does JNaps. Over to Atomic. The pass was on point, but still no shot. And now with only 3 seconds left, they got to go into scramble mode. Somehow keep this ball in the air, and they don't. And Space Station Gaming starts the series off with a dub.
Strong start from Space Station. It was a physicality coming out. G2 perhaps still feeling that Game 5 OT loss against Furia, but the pressure started to pick up towards the end of that game, Stacks. G2 started looking control, whether that was Space Station Gaming just pumping the brakes a little bit, trying to lock in that dub, or G2 might be getting warmed up into this one.
Well, going all the way back to round 2 for G2, that's now 7 games in a row, Leaf, decided by just 1 goal.
Well, I'm going to tell you what else is being decided around the board here. We talked about NRG coming into this one, how they're looking and how they're doing, but NRG getting a first win off of Dignitas. It was close, though. I do believe into overtime. Yeah, minute and 40 over into overtime. Complexity getting their win over V1, and then I believe V1 is getting their battle back right now, up 2-0 in game number 2. Huge for 26 Rising. They're 1-up on Optic Gaming. They're one of those teams that have everything that in their control. They got to get their wins. Not going so well for FOB. Big win here, though, for Axel. They're up 4-1 in game 2 with already a game win over GenG. So GenG having a rough day today. Yeah.
Well, you know, you wonder, right, CJ? I mean, you've seen this in OCE too. A team will kind of pop off for one regional, then they come back in a couple weeks, and it's not quite the same as Daniel gets the scoring started for SSG here.
Yeah, Daniel popping off. I agree with your stacks. And Axel, you know, may seem surprised. Obviously, GenG coming top 2 last regional, but I was speaking to a few of the North American pros, and that's the team that, you know, that's the upset. That's the dark horse, the smoky team in the North American region, outside, I guess, the regular top 7, top 8, that, you know, they wouldn't be surprised to look into that quarterfinals, stuff like that out of the main event. So perhaps a surprise, but, you know, internally, they're pretty rated.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that earlier, too. They had a kind of a tough road in the Fall Open, and they're a team that, with the right set of circumstances, could make some noise here in the Fall Cup. So, been a good shout so far as Team Axel already have played their way into the Invitational, and with a good finish here, they could make some noise and maybe play their way into a major. There's a lot of business to take care of before we get to that point, including what we've got here with SSG leading on Aquadome, another early lead for Space Station. Daniel, second touch, will send one all the way downfield. Chicago with a full tank of boost. We'll try and lob one forward for Atomic to come up. Indirect shot is just a little bit wide, but he can keep this play alive around Daniel. And, Chicago kind of bailed out there, and I wonder if maybe he stayed with that play, if he could have maybe forced that through with the interference. Doesn't matter. He'll get his in the end.
Chicago, it almost like he faked the flip reset, looked to put it to the right-hand side of the goal. LJ just pre-jumped right side, and Chicago didn't really get anything on that stacks. Got the flip reset, but it just went straight ahead. Great shot. And again, we've seen, 3 goals in a row right now, just chucking it behind the defender, trying to, I guess, outsmart that last man, and it's worked again.
You have to imagine, regardless of this result, G2 would still be a favorite to get into the top 8 if they drop this, but boy, every game it feels like in their run here in the Fall Cup has been a closely contested game, as Chicago trying to hang around in the air, and Arsenal and Daniel combined to dispossess him. And LJ right there over top of JNaps. And LJ and Arsenal couldn't quite combine for any kind of magic on that effort. And it's Daniel all alone at the back, but plenty of time to work with.
I mean, both teams just wouldn't be wanted to be playing each other in round 4 stacks. Like, this feels like a round 3 matchup. The loser, you're going to round 5, and then, you know, we speak about game 5s, game 7s. Round 5 similar. All bets are off. It's just who can handle the pressure most. So this is a crucial game right here. Space Station getting the early game win, getting the early goal as well in this game, and that's a bit of a recurring trend, Stacks. We saw in the last series, Furia just getting an early goal lead. Obviously, G2 getting the equalizer here, but G2 seemingly starting a little bit slower in each game than their counterparts.
Atomic does well to get this ball to JNaps and let him work. Atomic will file in behind. And Chicago, there's the safety valve at midfield. It's got to kind of spy Arsenal and watch this go deep into the corner, and he finally takes that away from LJ. Arsenal's shot, easily blocked by Atomic, but not cleared. And Atomic got a piece of this one as well, coming off the backboard. G2 up against it right now, deep in their own zone, and Daniel finds the spot.
G2 are just having to pre-jump saves left, right, and center, and that's because of the physical play. The bump plays coming out on the side of Space Station. Arsenal, you are being an absolute pest, my friend, in the G2 net. Great shot coming out. And again, Daniel, 2 goals on the board. He's been influential in this series.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. Daniel's got all the goals for Space Station Gaming in this series. He's got all 4. LJ just picked up his 3rd assist. As Chicago out of the corner, Arsenal's there. And he'll just guide that away from Jane Apps and force Atomic to clear one away and give it right back to SSG. Here's Daniel up to the ceiling. Are you kidding me? All the way back downfield, and G2 got to be shaking their heads for a moment going, what do we got to do to beat these guys?
He just makes it look so easy, doesn't he, moving forward? Jane Apps trying to bring out a similar vein of mechanical prowess, not quite. Now it's G2 looking to get back in control. Jane Apps misses the corner boost, pushing forward. This could be dangerous. Arsenal could be an open net. Let's pan back, Stacks. It's the classic corner boost miss, and I've been prone to this one a few times. Oh, no, he just didn't come up.
Whoopsies. Well, he got the corner boost in the end, right? That's all that matters.
Yeah.
He's got 100 boosts to celebrate that goal.
Yeah, it'll look good on the stats at the end. You know, he's picking up those big boosts, but unfortunately, it's not, as I say, it's not buttering the parsnips for G2 Stacks. It's not, I don't know, I'm caramelizing the bacon for them. You know what I'm saying? It's just not quite enough. We got a 2-goal lead coming out from Space Station, and this will put them on match point. These are best of 5s as well. You got to remember, I'm just used to best of 7 Stacks when you've got a G2 Space Station Gaming matchup, but this could be it.
I know, and you know, the only time we ever see you on this particular stream, it's always in a best of 7 as well. You know, we're used to seeing you on the big games. This one certainly feeling big for G2 right now. They are facing a big challenge. Jane App's shot denied by Arsenal, and LJ just gonna take his time, force Chicago to come in. I mean, and you've been in this spot, of course, CJ, a team trying to kind of kill off the final 30-40 seconds. It just feels like you've got the entire game in the palm of your hand.
Absolutely, but a lot of teams still succumb to that pressure. They want to keep playing the same, and then they start panicking, and right now, G2, they're not getting a look-in down the other end of the field. They've got 2 goals to get 10 seconds on the clock. Space Station, stop
my
it!
God!
Daniel with the skimmy dim sim. Oh, that's a hat trick as well.
That is a tough play. My gosh. Daniel.
Stop it.
A living highlight reel. Puts an exclamation point on this one. It ends a streak of 7 straight games decided by 1 goal for G2. Certainly not the way G2 would have liked to end that streak. As LJ swats one away. One more for good measure, perhaps, as Arsenal, he let it go with Daniel falling in behind him. SSG.
Wow.
What a statement. Up 2.
I mean, when Daniel's in this kind of form, Stacks, just put your controller down and watch the show. There's not much G2 could do about that one. This guy is feeling himself here. What a game coming out. A hat trick. He got the early goal, put the pressure on G2, and then he just put the foot down. I mean, he wasn't letting up from there. And as I said, we're talking about the pinches, the psychos. These off-the-wall skim Stacks, you just have to start respecting them from players like Daniel because he's hitting them, 60, 70% of the time.
Leaf, that was sick.
Leaf, talk.
What was that last goal? I'm sure Leaf is telling the audience
agreeing with you.
a lot of great things, but boy, we'd love to hear you.
That moment of silence that you had just after the goal, that would have been the same for me. That was a brilliant shot at the end. A quick update because we're getting back into this game here. I just want to let you guys know that Axel 6-1 GenG in game 2. So they're at match point right now.
Wow.
So that looks good for them. And 26 Rising actually at match point over Optic as well.
Against Optic. That's just crazy. Look, North America is wildly volatile. LJ gets his first goal of this series.
What is that from Arsenal?
4 assists.
Are you serious?
Fully his way.
Arsenal's pre-flip there. Got a flip reset off it, then flip forward and bump the defender. I mean, when it's your day, it's your day. That's all I can say about that. That's copium, I guess, for the losing team, you could say. But, I mean, Space Station, they're doing it all. Everyone on the pitch is doing it all, not just Daniel. Arsenal there, that's his signature trademark physical sort of play coming out.
Well, G2 has to find a way to recover now, not just after dropping that Game 5 in overtime, a closely contested series, being oh so close to the top 8 against Furia. Now, they got to find a way to recover from just the Daniel beatdown they received in Game 2 and already down a goal here. Daniel again. Just stop it already as Atomic will set it away. And now Arsenal's got LJ as an option. LJ coming in and Atomic swatted away.
I mean, it's just so, I was going to say control coming out. The demo could open things up here for G2. JNaps goes to the solo play, instant challenge by Arsenal. He had to go, he had to commit. Does so on Space Station Gaming stacks. I mean, they're just not giving G2 an inch here. They're getting the early goals and then just locking it down in their half. Super impressive stuff.
G2 fans, cup your ears. Your team's only scored first one time in the last 8 games. Teams are just under 18% to win in this event when their opponent scores first. Chicago guides one out to the corner. All right, you can tell all your G2 fan friends to uncup their ears now. We've got important stuff to say, like LJ launching one to the backboard and JNaps there to send that out to the corner. But again, SSG keeping the pressure on. That's finally a good release out of G2. Can they take advantage? No.
Again, they're just G2. They can't commit all 3 stacks, and that's the bump pressure. No, that's a poor touch from JNaps. Follow up Arsenal. LJ just reads JNaps there. He just parries it off. He fends it off to midfield, but it was Arsenal's touch. It got him so awkward, and LJ's right there. Arsenal's right there. Space Station, they're just willing to push forward, push into their half, get aggressive, and they're getting the results.
Just over 2 minutes gone by, and yeah, it's a great call out. That touch from Arsenal just completely freezing JNaps and put him in an impossible spot. SSG have gotten their way here. Atomic, quick turn. Over to Chicago. Big shot, and it's high and wide just off the frame. And JNaps now trying to play that one as close as he could, but he's got to bail out. And Atomic all the way across. He's got to make the turn after grabbing the midfield boost. Can't really do anything with that ball except leave it for JNaps. They're trying to get these passes together. They're trying to get each other involved here, CJ, but again, it's just not been good enough. This time, shot wide. SSG doesn't pounce on it. That shot off the crossbar, finally in from JNaps.
JNaps, stop it. There it is. I thought it might have just not been there, Day, and JNaps usually buries those top bins. Have a look at the follow-up, though, off the side post, redirect back on net. That's what they need, Stacks. They need a little bit of hope. They need some luck going their way, because right now, Space Station, they're in form and they're looking strong. And, I mean, G2, they just have to start creating something. They have to start looking for some bumps.
Atomic trying to play that one cleverly around. Chicago to JNaps.
Here we go.
It's high. Follow this time does not go. And Atomic didn't get up in time. Arsenal wins that challenge. Here's LJ. Tried to play it close, getting the flip reset. And then he kind of went across Chicago's face, and that forced Chicago to pump the brakes. And G2 not able to break out onto the offensive end like they would have liked. LJ got this through traffic. Second touch does not go. Both teams have been oh so close to kind of lighting up the scoreboard, but it remains just 2-1. Only the 1 goal deficit for G2 to overcome here with 1:20.
I mean, the difference for me right now is G2, they're prone to those 3-man pass plays. They want to include everyone, but Space Station, they're not letting that 3rd man get involved. They're looking for the bumps. They're always sending one downfield, Stack. So you see this 3rd man, he's on an island. He's by himself hanging out. He's cooking a barbecue in the back half of the field because he just can't get involved. There's the bumps coming out. They have to respect the physical play from Space Station, and G2 without 3 men in the offense, Stacks, they're just not as threatening.
Chicago met by Daniel. Atomic, it's a little awkward for him, but he's able to find JNaps. JNaps so quickly through. Left for Atomic. Arsenal swats it away. Chicago there. Batted out by Daniel. Now Atomic, he tried to serve up JNaps, perhaps when Chicago comes in. They took care of JNaps at the back, but they never marched Chicago. Tie game.
And they're not marking Atomic either. He gets a beautiful touch across off the wall, just keeping. He's being the pest now. That's what we need. I'm talking about pests. I'm not insulting them, Stacks. I'm just saying they're being annoying. They're being a nuisance in the forward half of the field. That's what we need coming out from G2. Space Station, they've been doing it all series, but finally we get some life. We get an equalizer here on the side of G2, should I say, and maybe now that'll cause Space Station to start hesitating, start doubting their offensive structure. And Chicago now, they've got the boost, they've got the control, they're pushing forward. That flip reset looked like me in OCE. Not quite great.
LJ tried to play it away, and JNAPS brought it right back in front. Overtime looming now in the final seconds of regulation. Daniel dancing through the air as he does. Arsenal keep it up. But Chicago now, there's nobody back for SSG, and G2 made him pay for it.
Oh, we talk about luck. Give them something to believe in, the G2 fans at home, and this might be it. The reverse sweep could be on the cards. Momentum on the side of G2. Atomic finds the open net. Space Station Gaming Stacks overcommitting 0 seconds. Do you need to send the whole Barrett, the whole troops into the offensive half? It's not paid off there, and G2, they just capitalize on those sort of errors.
One last throw of the dice for SSG, and it comes up Snake Eyes back in their own net as G2. Boy, that's got to be a big sigh of relief. The way they gave up a couple of those goals, we saw that one bounce in from Arsenal, then JNAPS getting one of his own. But this one right here, Leaf, gives G2 some life here in the 4th round.
Yeah, well, I also don't know if it's so much as a throw of the dice as it was just a throw in general there. As CJ said, it does feel a bit odd that at that moment that you push everything up. But I do want to give some updates, of course, across the board. Finally, the Energy Dignitas match is into Game 3. They had a bit of a delay going on. Team Axel, 1 minute left, 1 goal up against GenG right now to secure themselves a win through. So that's, in my opinion, surprising that GenG is having a bit of trouble on the day. And 26 Rising, I can't tell if they just finished. I think they did. Optic Gaming did bring a win back. They're still on match point right now. And FOB, I believe, is grabbing themselves a match point situation as well soon. Oh, they're in overtime, actually.
Okay. Well, as those results go final, we will be checking in with you and see who else will play their way into that Fall Invitational. 2 spots up for grabs with 3 teams. 2 of them are alive in this event. You just heard about them as that shot just harmlessly goes across the goal line. Big sigh of relief for G2 and their fans. But SSG back on the attack as they have been at the start of each game in this series.
G2 just starting slow, and we've got the stats to confirm that as well. G2 have scored the first goal just once in their past 8 games. Could be their past 9 games here. There's just a bit of a trend off the bat here. This could be again Daniel open net. No, he just hits it off the bar. LJ's going to be able to keep the ball in, but that's a chance gone begging. You just think, Stacks, that for Daniel, the form he's been in this series, that's every day of the week sort of stuff for him to bury that one.
Just all the demolitions all over the field between 2 teams that have kind of made their money in this event off of demos. Both of them in the top 3 or 4 in demos per game, but certainly an abnormal rate here in the first minute as JNAPS will lob one away. They might even be at their tournament average with just this opening minute. Here goes Daniel. Flip reset, trying to get through the defense of Chicago and Atomic. Nothing doing there. LJ's not on the field, and Arsenal didn't get the touch he wanted. Atomic up to the heavens, double tap denied by Daniel. How did he get there?
And this is the first time we saw just SSG. They're looking a little bit crept. Arsenal getting the ball over the top of him. He's pushing up a little bit too hard, second man, and G2, they might be getting a big control, but as I say, that air dribble coming out from LJ, and we're still seeing Space Station push forward Stacks. They're looking to isolate that third man, get him out of the game, but the rest of the Space Station members, they're just sitting a bit deeper. Perhaps that's the pressure, or it's what G2 needed. They just needed that 1 game win. They needed a little bit of momentum for Space Station to just get out of their face a little bit.
Arsenal trying to 1v2 against Atomic and JNAPS. And Naps might have wanted to kind of head off to the corner, but instead had to turn to make that save. Now Chicago needs a second touch. Instead, he still got around LJ. I think LJ was playing for the double. And Atomic now right down Broadway, and Arsenal's there to stop that, as was Daniel. So everything is kind of settled down now after a very physical opening minute. Teams going back to, playing traditional Rocket League, except Atomic, who goes through LJ, got his shot away. And Arsenal around the corner, nothing there as Chicago cut him off.
Yeah, it's just looking like the start of game 1 here again. We're just seeing both teams feeling each other out, and that's a positive right now for G2 because Space Station had so much control. JNAPS is going to try and get a dunk 50-50 off the backboard follow-up. Chicago's lurking, trying to keep it in. But Arsenal again pushing downfield. We're just seeing Space Station backing off a little bit more. I alluded to it a little bit earlier, but that's a what a shot coming out from Atomic. There is nothing Daniel could do about that one. That is top being slotted. And have a look at the speed stacks.
Oh, gosh. It only registers as 40 after the deflection, but that looked like it had to be high 80s at least going to the net. And G2 get a rare opening goal here in this series. LJ trying to get through Atomic. See how SSG does now, playing from behind as Chicago dances around Arsenal. Only Daniel now at the back, but he gets that away from Chicago. Let that ball get away from him a little too much. Daniel threatening, and JNAP's the easy save. His third here in game 4. Another game that G2 has to win. At least have it on the good side for now with 90 seconds left.
G2, they're just doing a little bit better now, forcing out and I guess dealing with the pressure, dealing with the bump plays coming out on the third man. Daniel, though, he's got a little bit of space, but he has absolutely no flip and nothing. Oh, no, a double commit coming out. This could be open on the side of Space Station Gaming. The double commit, double backflip, double pull out coming out there, Stacks. They both wanted it, and then they both didn't want it.
Well, I imagine the Canadian judge would have given them about a solid 8 out of 10 on their synchronized backflipping act. But that does not get you anywhere here in this tournament. JNAP's looking maybe for the knockout blow here in game 4. But instead, there's still a little bit of life for SSG with just over a minute to go. Man, they have looked like a very, very different team from, I would say, maybe the last minute of game 3. All the way to now as LJ trying to find Arsenal. Daniel's up ahead and Atomic's in the way. G2 oh so close now to getting one step closer to a reverse sweep. And that's becoming a theme here in this round. Leaf will be around to tell us all about it when this one wraps up in about 35 seconds.
Well, hopefully 35 seconds for G2, but Space Station want to have other thoughts about that. Looks like we are hearing of some interesting potential reverse sweeps. Could have one here and could be one of the games of the Swiss stage right now. G2, 20 seconds on the clock. They're 2 goals up. This is where they're built for this. They've been scrimming, practicing for destruction.
Oh.
No, I think Daniel might have helped save that. He was looking for the bump, but he just joined in the G2 defense there. 6 seconds on the clock, 5 seconds. That looks like all she wrote, Stacks. We're going to have game number 5. G2 2-0 down, forcing it all the way back to 2-2. Reverse sweep on the cards. Game on, ladies and gentlemen.
That is G2's biggest win in this tournament since a 3-0 shutout over version 1 in the middle of their series back in round 2. They finally get a multi-goal victory. They finally get another shutout. A reverse sweep in the making. Leaf, there's a couple others that are really getting interesting.
We got game 5s across the board right now. Complexity version 1 just starting there. Game 5 still 0-0. We have Team Axel and GenG both at 2-2 apiece on the scoreboard in their game 5 right now. And then we also have, I believe it was Optic Gaming just forcing a game 5 against 26 Rising. Yeah, which I believe would also be a reverse sweep if they can pull that off. So a lot of teams that look like they might start plowing through with the 3-0s may have forgot that they got another game that they have to win, and things are turning around. So yeah, juicy across the board, and a quick update on NRG's match. 30 seconds left right now, match point for NRG, and they're up 2 goals. So it looks like they might be able to take down Dignitas unless anything crazy happens the next 20 seconds.
Okay, well, thank you, Leaf. Here we go to Champions Field, CJ.
Champions Field, Stacks. This is where you want to be. This is where, we saw Turbo Pulsar. He basically renamed this field after himself. Unfortunately, right now, Stacks, that's not quite the case in Turbo's career, but alas, here we've got 2 of the premier, the prime teams in the North American region. 2 of the best teams in the world going toe-to-toe, head-to-head, game 5. And we spoke about at the start, you've got to throw the playbook out right now, Stacks. It's all about moments in game number 5. Who's going to step up? Who's going to hit that shot and make the most of the opportunity?
Everything that has happened in this series, completely irrelevant now. 1 game to put a team into the top 8 and to put one other team into round 5 in another do-or-die situation. Atomic looking for a pinch. No, instead he just keeps that to himself. And Daniel right there in his face, up in the air. Chicago, clean win. But nobody else there. JNAPS took his time, picked his spot. Nobody jumped. It was high and wide. And now LJ trying to get around Atomic, but Chicago is back. First minute goes by, rather pedestrian between G2 and Space Station Gaming. This looked like it was a sweep in the making here, CJ. And all of a sudden, G2's come alive. Can they score early again? No, Arsenal with the save on JNAPS.
What a save. Arsenal coming out again. I was just about to say Space Station. They look like they're starting to think about it a little bit. They're starting to hesitate in defense. They're not sending that first man instantly like we saw. The confidence is starting to drop, and we're seeing some crazy saves. And it's a win from Daniel. No! Oh, that would have been disastrous, Stacks, if that was the first goal on the board for G2. Daniel does get bailed out by LJ, and they do take it down the other end, but we're starting to see a little bit of pressure coming out. This could be open. JNAPS does cover the side of G2. Oh, we're just seeing moments, Stacks. We're seeing little moments. That's what Game 5 does to players.
Here goes Daniel trying to get around Atomic. He has, and JNAPS there for the stop. If there's anybody in this event that you would think, okay, they might actually be able to 1v3, it's that man, Daniel, and off the demolition, it comes right out to him. 1-0 SSG.
It's that man indeed. We speak about moments. He's made up for it there. Almost down the other end, costs the goal, but goes straight there, puts that shot away. When you get an opportunity, when you're on Champions Field, you've just got to sink it, Stacks. You've got to put that one away, and that's what he does. But for G2, again, this has been a growing theme. They're just not scoring the first goal of the game right now. The percentages aren't looking great, but it is Game 5. Anything's possible. There's a lot of time on the clock.
Oh, Atomic second touch sets up Chicago, and LJ somehow in the right spot to send that out. And now LJ again around Atomic, but JNAPS the initial stop. Daniel calls off Arsenal. Daniel trying to twist through, and Chicago the initial stop there. Not out of the woods though, as Arsenal is tracking JNAPS. Daniel starting to creep up. Can Arsenal hit him? Not so much, and Atomic gets by both Arsenal and Daniel. Opportunity now for G2. It's Chicago, and swatted out by LJ.
Oh, just a lovely defense again. Swatting away. G2, they're looking threatening. They're looking to push forward. Space Station Gaming, can they keep the pressure on us? Tell you what, a demo coming out could be that. Oh, Chicago can't reach it. The demo comes out in the backfield. Arsenal on the wall. Follow-up touch. Look at the placement. Chicago just creeping out for that small pad, and he can't get back to the other side of the net. Space Station Gaming 2-0. They're looking strong, and they're looking to make the main event here.
Another goal set up by a demolition right out in front of the net. SSG up by 2, and Chicago's got to scramble back. And at this point, G2 kind of has to start throwing caution to the wind. It doesn't matter how many more goals you concede if you can't score any of your own. Arsenal's up. More demos coming out now from LJ and Space Station. And it just seems like now, CJ, SSG is constantly playing with a one-man advantage.
They are. They're just pushing forward, and G2, I mean, they're making pass plays in the backfield, but there's just no one really ready for it. There's no one looking to push downfield. And, I mean, we spoke about G2 almost on the brink of reverse sweeping Space Station. This could be open. This could be the opportunity. This is what they need. I was about to say, Stacks, if they lose this one, they could get reverse swept in the Swiss stage, not alone the game. They're looking to go the other way with it, and this could be the opportunity they need right now. 1 goal back. There's still 1 minute on the clock. There's plenty of time. They just need to set up an opportunity, and they've got to make the most of it.
Chicago running ahead, and as great as LJ has been defensively, once he was taken off the field, it was just crippling for the SSG defense. Chicago has that bounce right back out. JNAPS is there. So too is LJ. A rare L for LJ, though, on that challenge as JNAPS got it through. And Atomic, sent away by Daniel, along with the ball up in the air. Chicago, great touch to set up JNAPS, set high. Atomic can't get a shot off. Oh my goodness, that was the opportunity. And now G2 have to reset. How many more like that are they gonna get?
Oh, Atomic, he just went for too much of an angle there. He just tried to take it too much. He didn't quite have the boost to get all the way around it, but in the end, he just bit off more than he could chew. Too much of an angle. That could be the chance going B. Stacks, we got 15 seconds on the clock.
Atomic doesn't get the touch he needed. Oh, everybody kind of ball hawking at this point. as Chicago, J-Naps, Atomic, they're all bunched up in the corner. Daniel just dancing in the air, trying to play keep away. One last push now for G2. We've seen some last-second heroics at the end of regulation. This would be the best of them all. J-Naps is there in the middle of the field. Chicago's got a full tank of boost. They've got to find a way to get it to him, and they do. With Chicago coming up, SSG tried to kill that. Unsuccessful, and Atomic still doing just enough to keep it in the air. Oh, this is a high wire act if I ever saw one. Atomic over towards J-Naps, finally Arsenal kills it. And Space Station Gaming can't get out of there quick enough as they survive and advance to the top 8.
I mean, G2, they fought tooth and nail all the way back to Game 5, but unfortunately now they almost reversed sweep stacks. But as I said, they were 2-0 in the Swiss, and now they're 2-2. They're on Game 5. They're facing a reverse sweep in the whole Swiss stage, let alone trying to reverse sweep games.
Well. Leaf,
yeah,
where are we headed?
We have a lot of our matches finished now with this one being done. We're going to go over after these highlights and watch the Optic 26 Rising because they have a minute left. And Optic is up 2-1 right now. Game 5, this was 26 Rising trying to get a sweep over them. And now Optic is looking at the reverse sweep on 26 Rising. And we do have GenG finishing their reverse sweep over Axel, knocking Axel out. Yeah, and GenG will take that. And Shopify Rebellion do take down FOB 3-1, which I do believe gives us a tiebreak situation with them and Seoul for the third regional qualification. But yeah, 26 Rising and Optic right now. 26 Rising wants this win to be able to secure themselves that qualification.
How about Optic? I mean, they're just never out of it, man.
They're just Game 5 just merchants, aren't they? They just love it. They love a Game 5, Game 7 situation. How many times can we see it? And there it is. Magic Bear could be getting the sealer coming out from Optic Gaming. And this team just knows how to win Game 5s, I mean.
Well, and this is the guy, right? I mean, you know, with all the money you would expect that a team with Optic's backing to have, and all the pick of North American free agents or even signed players that they would be able to pick from. Everybody kind of looked at the signing of Magic Bear like, okay, really? Like, this is the guy we're going for? And Reynolds and AJ were both like, no, this guy's the truth. You'll see. So it's, you know, it's kind of incumbent on them to give Magic Bear those opportunities to perform. And more often than not so far in this split, I think he has. I think he's shown he has been worth the price of admission for sure. And Optic Gaming is going to find a way to pull it off.
And with that, that will give us a 3-way tie now between FOB Seoul and 26 Rising as Optic complete the reverse sweep, 2 reverse sweeps in that lower round. I also want to mention Complexity completing their win in Game 5 over V1 as well. So they'll qualify into day number 2. We do have one more round to go to find our final teams into day 2 of the Fall Cup. So you want to stick around, go stretch your legs and get some water, but come back right after the break.
feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you step on the house, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween.
Us as a team, we're feeling really good going into this next regional. We feel like our last regional, we had a hard matchup for top 8, and we feel like going into this next one, we can do just as good, if not better. Last season was a little wonky. We didn't really get to do very much, but now that we're back and we feel good, it feels great to compete again.
Gap with a demo, and the shot from Barthy hit him with the changeup, and it completely dizzied the face defense.
I think the region has a lot of depth. I think it's not really top heavy. I feel like the top teams are very good, but the lower teams, like top 8 and below, can still do lots of damage because I feel like they're also good.
With the ball right in front of the net as 2-piece gets the lead for Rebellion.
The strongest team in my region right now would probably be G2, but it's really close with FaZe. Like really, really close.
We put one off the bar, and there's a goal with 1 second left, and we're gonna need some trickery here on the kickoff if Rebellion hope for a tie.
I think SSG is our biggest rival right now. They have a play style that makes it really hard for us, and having to adjust to them after playing other teams is hard, and we usually get off to a slow start, but if we can learn how to start off strong, then I feel like we can take them.
0 seconds, they've done it! Rebellion failed the first time, but the second time is the charm!
We did good last regional, but we know we can do better. And we feel like we got a tough matchup being FaZe in the top 8. If we got someone else, maybe we could have won and gotten top 4. And that's really just what we're looking to do for the next regional is we always want to improve and do better.
Masterpiece is wide open! Rebellion have tied the series!
They stole this game. I don't think I've ever seen a better steal than that.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we continue on of day one of the North American Fall Cup, aka the G2 Watch Party. I'm Leaf, Stacks, and CJ on the desk to talk to all you guys, give you the deets on what we're going to see in round 5. Let's get people caught up here, Stacks. Let's take a look at the overall thing. Our final round now. You lose, you're done, you don't make it through. But we do have some important things just to re-mention and bring up from that last round there, as we do have some teams that are in a situation that maybe they won't get to go into the third regional.
Yeah, we came in with Seoul on the outside looking in, just hoping that none of these teams pass them in the race for that top 16. And, well, neither 26 Rising nor Flashes of Brilliance could get past their 3-point threshold. So we've got a 3-way tie for the last couple of spots in the Invitational. So there will be a tiebreaker going down sometime during the week coming up before we put teams in the Invitational. And then, boy, you look at those teams in the middle, and how did we get to this point with all these teams from the quarters and even semis of the Fall Open fighting for survival?
Yeah, let's talk about these matches coming up here, CJ, because I feel like looking at a round 5, a couple teams here, GenG, G2, V1, there's so many strong rosters you expect to already be through, and it kind of talks to, I guess, the competitiveness of the region right now.
Yeah, don't they love talking about the NA depth, but it really is on show. We've probably got the 11 teams here. You know, we've got 6 down here vying for the final 3 spots. This is kind of like, feels like the top 11 of the North American region. Yeah. They're also close around there, which is a problem. But as you said, we've got G2, we've got GenG. These are top 4 North American teams from the first regional. And then we've got V1, who's looking to be right there, a top 4 team. So, I mean, this is going to be on like Donkey Kong, you could say. This is crazy.
Okay, let's start talking about it then. G2 Esports versus GenG. GenG having a bit of a rough day. G2 looking like they're starting off but then maybe fizzling out or running into some roadblocks along the end of it. But Stacks, this is a massive matchup for these two teams.
It is. When you look at the standings, you know, again, factoring in, you know, the guaranteed 2 points you'll get for the Invitational, I mean, GenG is probably in a slightly better spot. You know, they're going to be sitting on 18 points. They're second in the region. G2's on 15 right now, but what's on the line for these teams is you look at, okay, just by getting into the top 8, you get an extra 2 points. And then you get into the semis, you get another 3, and then another 3. And if you can actually win the whole thing, you get another 4. And all of that adds up, right? I mean, you know, GenG coming up with 12 points in that first regional, coming away with 4 from this one, that's ugly, because now you're putting your fate in everybody else's hands.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. You got one more today, so start spamming away. Make sure it gets counted up. Hashtag G2, hashtag GGM1. A lot of G's in the chat right now. Get them out there. We'll get our predictions out. It's the last time we're going to be doing this, as we only have one round left. I'll start this one off here. I'll get it through out quick. Oh, I've been burned by G2 twice now, so I'm just gonna, I'm off of them. No more. GenG it is. On the board, Stacks.
Nah, I got G2. I just can't imagine that this team does not make top 8. So yes, Caster's Curse, Kiss of Death, G2.
I've got G2 as well. I think that, you know, it's the pressure's on, and this is about the team that's been together the longest, and they've got the experience under their belt. So I have to go G2. You're the cursed Leaf. They're going to make it through this time.
So I actually would have picked G2, but I didn't want to curse them again. That's why I went GenG. So if they win, I'm also right. I'm pulling a Gibbs here. Chat with you.
Mental gymnastics here.
Hey, usually in a poll like this, I would have expected them to be a little bit higher. So maybe a little faith fizzling from G2 fans. We'll find out, though, Stacks, as we get into our matchup.
Well, there's a lot of big brain on the field here between JNaps and apparently Jack, maybe 2 of the smarter players in North America now. It's still so weird to talk about apparently Jack being a North American. But here we are alongside Noli and Chronic with the opening salvo. Sent away by JNaps, and yet again G2 under the gun very early on from their opposition from the orange side.
I mean, you talk about big brain on the field, Stacks. It remains to be seen whether there's any big brains on the desk, but I guess we'll find that out after this series with our predictions. But right now, GenG, you have to say they have the momentum. They just came off a reverse sweep. G2, they've lost 2 game 5s in a row, Stacks. That cannot be good for the mental, but I mean, JNaps, he's playing angry right now. He's looking for demos already.
that's so important. You talked about it at the start of last round, that mental reset. You have to go right back to square one. We've been so close now twice to reaching your goal of getting through into the top 8 and everything that entails, the opportunities afforded to the teams that survive this Swiss mayhem. In Chicago, letting one go, trying to pop one up towards JNAPS, but he had to bail out for a midfield boost that did not exist. Chronic instead got it, but he's still a little slow to the challenge against Atomic. Chicago going underneath Nolly, and Nolly able to get this out of harm's way. Chronic on his way back to help out on the defense as well, and he snuffs out Atomic's bid.
I mean, the thing you have to think about as well right now, obviously, Jack and Nolly, honorary North Americans now, they're in the region, but for G2, this isn't a team they're used to scrimming. This is basically a European team as far as they're concerned. You look at all the other North American teams they play, they're screaming them all the time. They know their tendencies. Jack could be able to finish this one. Yes, he can. Opens it up, and as we said, Stacks, perhaps they're just not used to a different kind of offense. They're coming from a different region. They're the foreigners. They're coming in to take over, and right now Jack's doing exactly that, opening up the account. Stacks, how many times can we say it? Can G2 get the first goal of the game, please?
It's been increasingly rare. Here goes apparently Jack from the heavens. Oh, he almost sniped the corner. Chronic will finish the job, and it's 2-0 to GenG.
Oh, look at the placement from Jack. This is his goal here. That should have gone in. The post denies him. Atomic can't reach the follow-up. Great placement from Chronic. They're burying it top left corner. Jack is feeling himself, Stacks. This is worrying signs. This is what we saw from Daniel last series. If you just get a player that's feeling himself in these type of games, they can just take over. They can take over the whole series, and Jack's doing that right now. Having said that, shots coming out left, right, center. Nolly just parries that on with the bottom of his car. Interesting touch, but GenG, they live to fight another day, and they've still got a 2-0 lead.
Frustration has to be setting in too. I mean, G2 have had a lot of opportunities that on any other day it feels like they're just a shoe-in to go in, as that's off the crossbar as well. And just mentally, how do you adjust as the series goes on? I mean, you don't get a timeout here in these best of fives. You don't get any added time between games or even between rounds, especially when your match is the last to finish.
There we go.
All these near misses. JNAP's another look, and that's flooded away by Nolly. How do you just stay confident and positive?
That is an incredible save, Stacks. That is one of the hardest things to do. You're in there, you've got to go on the backboard, kicks it out. That's a beautiful flip reset. Nolly again. He's been enormous in the 1v2, 2v1 sort of defensive plays right now. GenG, they're just fending off this offense from G2. That is incredible, and we're seeing the placement coming out both sides. They're looking for the opportunities, but GenG, they've stuck strong here again. Nolly's going to be able to tip this one away. G2, they're looking to push forward. They're looking to get into this game, but these early leads, these early goals, or these early deficits that G2 are giving up right now, they're just costing them. They're leaving them too much work to do the latter stages of each game.
Up ahead, Chronic pushing that deeper into the G2 corner, but it's JNAPS trying to break out. And nothing there. Nobody else able to follow the play. They realize that GenG had it all locked down. Chicago gives this one away to apparently Jack. They can't afford much more of that with now a minute 15 to go. Nolly right up onto Chicago. His shot sailed high. Oh, he's going to want that one back. That would have erased any doubt here in game one. Instead, the door's been left open. Maybe Chronic about to slam it shut. No, but Nolly is.
Oh, what great play for GenG. And that's what you say. Nolly just missed the top corner shot, but everything right now is looking top ends. Everything's on target. The double touch was so threatening there from Chronic. It just set up a free backboard, free opportunity. Chicago had to respect the second hit. And GenG, they're just picking up clearly where they left off. This will be their fourth game win in a row.
Chronic right there at the backboard. It's been a good run now for GenG, even though they were kind of on death's door last round, but Chicago sneaks one through. 47 seconds remain. That's more than enough time to get the magic working here.
Yeah, perhaps get the magic working for this game, if not next game. They need a little bit of momentum, but we've got 47 seconds, and I've conceded more than 2 goals in 47 seconds, Stacks, that's for sure. So anything's possible right now. on the side of G2. They just need to find a way to start a little bit stronger because, as I said, these deficits are costing them. But right now, there's 30 seconds. They've still got a chance at maybe a whiff coming out or a bad touch there from Noel. You know, it's still parried away. And GenG, they're just looking confident on their stacks. They're pushing forward and 50-50s. The midfield game is huge. They're not giving G2 a chance to get it into that end of the field where it can be dangerous. Having said that, that's going to be a goal. Oh, just the one player from G2 to push downfield. It was Atomic. Great pass from Chicago. Back half of the field. Noli gets beaten out. Nothing Chronic can do in net. And we've got a little bit of chance here for the G2 side.
That pass from Atomic is one that we never see. And you want to see it a lot more. Perfectly done. And an awkward kickoff. Ball just kind of hanging around at the back. Chronic's not able to move it out. And G2 is at least going to get a look at this here with 5 seconds left. Atomic downfield. Let's let that one get away. That's not the ball he wanted. No time left on the clock now. So here goes another tip drill. Atomic. Oh, that's really awkward. And the demolition just lets apparently Jack put it away. GenG gets the opening game.
G2, they gave themselves a sniff, a little bit of hope in that game, but again, the slow start was just too costly. They just gave GenG too much of a head start. GenG, they're picking up where they left off. G2, they have to be thinking now, Stacks. They've just got to find a way to just get some momentum earlier on in games because, I mean, going down 3-0 or 2-0, 3-0 was it, I think, it's not something you want.
Right, yeah, G2 dug themselves a bit of a hole. I mean, I don't want to say they dug themselves a hole. GenG dug the hole for them and kind of stuffed them down in the grave. And GenG hangs on at the end. They get that last goal from apparently Jack. And we bring Leaf back in after we see that brilliant setup from Atomic. There's only 2 other matches going on. Leaf, what you got?
Yeah, so I become useless. You guys can probably just pull these up on your monitors too, but I'll let you know anyways in case you don't want to. Maybe someone's watching on their phone and they always say. So we got Optic Gaming. They're in game 2 right now against Dignitas. They're already up 1-0 in the series and they're up 1-0 with a minute left in the next one. So Optic looking like they kind of have control of this series. And version 1 take the first one against Shopify Rebellion. They're just starting game 2 right now. So in my opinion, CJ, those are kind of the expected results.
Yeah, it's going the way we sort of thought. Again, anything's possible in this North American region, Stacks. That's what I'm figuring out. I mean, it's been a little bit of upsets galore today. Nevertheless, this could be an upset. I guess you say if GenG win, but they did get top 2 last regional, so I'm not too sure about that one.
Yeah, you've got the runner-up from the Fall Open up against one of the Fall Open semifinalists, and only one of them is going through into the top 8 this time around. Welcome to Swiss, and welcome to North America. It has just become a zoo here with so many quality teams and not much that separates them from each other.
I mean, it really is a different play style as well from GenG. I know that before all you guys in chat are saying, oh, why are they playing so slow? You know, you think of Appjack back when he was on Dignitas, Stacks. I mean, the offense was crazy. They were just holding boost, holding R2, always going forward. But as the shot comes out, Chronic again, it's the slower play style, just as I was alluding to right now. They're just feeling out teams. They're looking for 50s, looking for awkward opportunities. Jack beautifully fakes out the touch. Nothing Atomic can do. Look at the placement from Chronic again. Just top left corner, in behind the defender. GenG, they're being calculated, Stacks. They're being measured, and that's it. But almost a kickoff goal down the other end.
Apparently Jack there to corral that ball off to the back wall, and Nolly didn't get a touch, but it's fine. Nobody else dove in. And it's again GenG, an opening goal, this time against G2. Atomic, back wall. Apparently Jack is there. 2 went for G2. Now JNaps has to play in direct for himself, and he couldn't get that second touch. And it's just trouble compounded now for G2. Down a game, now down a goal. Chronic trying to work his way through, and JNaps trying to send this to the backboard. Double tap, no.
Oh, stop it! Stop it! What a beautiful own goal there. That is what we love, Stacks. This is what we need a bit more of in the North American region. Jack doing what he does best, doing what we rarely see from him. And sometimes that's what you need on the side of G2, a little bit of A little bit of misfortune on the other end. What a beautiful own goal. What a read, Stacks. Wasn't that just sensational?
You know, that's a good show of respect from apparently Jack. He's playing up in Canada now with GenG, and he understands that you got to respect the elder statesman of the region. So you give JNaps the goal with the own goal, just to make it fair. What a class act. If there was a sportsmanship award here in the RLCS, apparently Jack would get it. Here's Chronic as Atomic makes the save.
I mean, I think he was just showing JNaps how to hit the double. JNaps couldn't quite reach it, and he said, this is how you do it, my friend. Little bit of a reverse double touch. I mean, a beautiful play if you were on the blue side of the field. Unfortunately, Jack is not, but here we go. You need a little bit of luck for G2 Stacks, because although they haven't played incredibly today, they've still lost 2 Game 5. Some could call that unlucky, and if they can just get something going their way, get a little sniff, they can finally perhaps make the main event here.
Well, Atomic thought about this and said he'll peel off, as apparently Jack will throw one out to the corner. Nolly's going to have a boost steal, but Chicago's got possession. He'll let Atomic take over. G2 seem to be fine here. That's going to fall right to JNaps. But the shot goes, whoa, Atomic almost brought it back. And Chronic will take this away. They'll kind of wipe a little sweat off the brown guy. Now we had him all the way as the counterattack snuffed out by Atomic.
Could be an opportunity here. Pass downfield. Jack does pre-jump, but there's a solo play opportunity. If Chicago can get the angle, no, he can't. And JNaps has been demoed. He is on an island all the way back. Little pop infield is not going to be enough here. JNaps should be able to follow this one up. Having said that, Nolly does get the touch. Jack's shot comes out. Atomic does save it. And I mean, it's a little bit chaotic at the moment, Stacks. Both teams, not sure about that half loop either. Both teams looking a little bit worrying on the defensive end, but this could be an open opportunity. JNaps, I thought they might have been caught napping, so to speak. Excuse me, but an almost opportunity there for GenG.
GenG taking a lot of G2's boost on that half of the field. It's Chronic. Snuffed out by Atomic. Now apparently Jack and JNaps are there, but that goes whistling wide. But it does find Atomic. Demolition, open net, Chicago! Oh, he's denied, but there's Atomic! Oh, it looked like an open net that apparently Jack somehow got to, but Atomic finishes the job.
Yeah, incredible save from Jack. He could not do much more there, flailing in net after making the save. Atomic puts it away, and we're looking at a tie ball game here. G2 looking to take game number 2. We've got a minute on the clock. This is where we see the coachability. Atomic's got a tough read, great touch. That could be awkward. JNaps does follow it up. This is where we see great teams lock it down, Stacks. This is where we see the last minute. How do they kill time? And JNaps doing exactly that right there. Just buying time. A bump comes out. Jack can't get back to this. Atomic gets the goal. We've got a 2-goal lead now for G2.
One of the most physical teams in the tournament, using that to their advantage. Apparently Jack forced back into that ramp in the corner of the goal. And a 3-1 lead now for G2. Their biggest lead in a while. And a big sigh of relief. But now they've got to close it out. 35 seconds remaining. Atomic will have this powered downfield. JNaps chasing down there as well. Apparently Jack will have it. Chronic and Nolly, they're all in the same corner. The spacing looks absolutely abysmal right now, as Nolly right down the middle, and Chicago nudges him out of the play.
I mean, this is the worry for GenG, is that when things aren't quite going their way, they still are a new team. They haven't quite, they've got that one play style it feels like that works for them, slowing it down, keeping it close. But if things start going the other way, how do they adapt? That's where you're looking at the coach on the other side. We're looking at Aleutian to try and create things here. 0 seconds, ball's going to hit the ground. Atomic doesn't want a piece of it, doesn't want to pad the stats. We've got a tie ball game here, round 5, Swiss 5, Series 5. Game number 3 coming up.
Now, Aquadome belongs to G2 after they allowed just 3 shots from GenG, Mobile One Racing. Chronic had them all. He did have that one goal. Apparently, Jack had a goal just on the wrong net. That's credited to JNaps and G2. Doesn't matter how they get it. They'll take the dub. And Leaf, we've got 2 other matches as mentioned, and Optic seems to be in a good spot.
Yeah, well, I want to get the other one out of the way first. Version 1 up 2-0 match point against Shopify Rebellion. They're down 1 goal in game 3 right now, but Optic Gaming, yeah, they're potentially no. Okay, never mind. It's canceled now. They were almost on a perfect sweep, and it would have been the first across every region this entire season so far. But Dignitas just scored, so it will now be 2-1 in the series with 3 seconds left. Yeah,
whoever scored, kick them. Come on.
I tried to save that up for a big, like, oh, this will be a cool thing, and Dignitas are in it. So they're still in it though.
They are. Well, we got 1-1 here as we go to DF8 Stadium. G2 and GenG fighting for survival. A spot in the top 8 and a chance to get a leg up on the rest of the field in the race for those 5 major spots. With only one more regional left, the Invitational. In just a couple weeks' time, Chronic over top of JNAPS, but Atomic is there. You know, one thing you can't really say about G2 for the now, 12 games in a row that we've watched them, now working on 13, they haven't really been caught out of position very often.
No, they haven't. They just haven't done other things well at the moment here coming out as Chronic does parry that one. But right now, what they haven't done well, Stacks, that we need to see change for the G2 side is they need to start well. They need to get the first goal on the board. It feels like if they score first, it's game over. Abjack solo play, that's what he loves. A little bit of a 50 faked out, great defense. Atomic is going to parry that one to the corner. G2 for the moment, I still haven't conceded the first goal, so that's a positive right now for the blue team, but GenG, they're looking to change that.
Well, it's JNAPS and Nolly racing up. And apparently Jack has to turn on this, even though he might have wanted that corner boost that JNAPS just took from their end. Atomic on the opposite corner, taking a full pad. And Nolly right back once that ball came. Now JNAPS deflected away by Nolly. This game going to be won or lost in the air for sure. And a game that will break a 1-all tie with two teams trying to get into the top 8. JNAPS with Chicago running interference. And Nolly, the initial save. Atomic got nuts out of the play. Chicago double tap, and he pushed it through Nolly.
Stop it, Chicago. 1, 2, 3. He's everywhere. Atomic gets the flip reset, gets bumped off. Chicago bounces down. Nolly tries to save it, redirects back into the top left corner. Chicago, that is what you need for G2. Stepping up, finally Stacks. They get the first goal on the board in a game. What happens now? We haven't experienced this before. Does the world end?
We will see what this means for GenG, more importantly, because G2, they can hold the lead. They're one of the better front runners in North America, and I dare say the world. Nolly just watching helplessly as Chronic comes in to bail him out. Oh, Atomic. He's got Chicago, and that slow play snuffed out by Chronic. Midway point here, CJ, and we seem to be in rarefied territory now with G2 and Chronic. That interception. But now GenG kind of has to reset mentally as well, because they've been fighting for their tournament life going back to last round, having to get a reverse sweep just to stay alive. And now they are in a tied series with a team that on paper you have to imagine is favored over them. And down a goal here in this tie-breaking game.
I mean, I think just G2 are starting to recognize the space that GenG are given. We spoke about the fact that they're playing a little bit slower. Great pass downfield. Chicago's sitting there. Chronic does carry it away, but G2, they're getting so much space. Once the ball's cleared like this sort of situation here, they're just getting a little bit more space than perhaps they'd realize. The third man on GenG sitting a little bit further back. Whether they start changing that remains to be seen. Great pass back off the roof to Jack, saved out by Atomic. That's what GenG need to do. They need to start pushing downfield a little bit more, because G2, they're a smart team, Stacks. They're recognizing when they're getting space and they're using it accordingly, but right now there's still a goal up. Great pass back, Chronic, bang, GenG, the synergy, the chemistry, cross region into region, Abjack to Chronic, and back and forth again.
We all wondered, how would Chronic fit in with this team with a couple of Europeans? And apparently Jack, a couple weeks ago, very complimentary of Chronic and how he has fit like a glove on this roster. Boy, they are in mid-season form for sure, as Chronic ties things up. And now here we go again. 1-1 with 1:20 to go. Atomic, there's a baby pinch off the ceiling, and JNAP's shot is deflected by Chronic. He'll have this on the backboard. JNAP's waiting for the rookie to make a mistake. Not so much.
So much. Thomas going to get Thomas space here. He's going to be able to perhaps get 2 on it. No, he passes it across to JNAP's back to Atomic. If he can get the beat down on Chronic, this could be huge off the backboard. Nolly's awkward. Jack's trying to take it away, throws it straight to Chicago. Here's an opportunity. Stacks, flip reset, perfect, got it. Ground pinch perhaps, misses it, no! Oh my, Chronic nearly just threw the game there for GenG. It was a simple save. He pre-flipped it, nearly went top corner. GenG live to fight another day. Scores are still level, but G2, they're pushing forward. They're looking for the goal stacks. We've got 35 on the clock. What's going to happen from here?
Oh, Chronic got around Chicago. Does he dish for Chronic as he puts it in himself?
Chronic gets the go-ahead goal here. Oh, the whip coming out. Chicago can't get it, and that's the doomsy dish coming out from Chronic. He learned that one, not from the North American region, but maybe Appjack and Nolly brought that one across. GenG do get the lead here. Game number 3, 30 seconds left. A mistake that G2 can't afford to have, but down the other end already, JNAP's pushing forward, perhaps a pass back to JNAP, saved out. Chicago can't get a touch either. A pass play that just went, leaving them by there. G2, 13 seconds on the clock. GenG parried away, 10 seconds. Can they get the win now? Chicago pushes it downfield. Chronic's there, 5 seconds. Atomic has to nearly clear this one downfield. JNAP follows it up. Ball is still in the air. Pass across Chicago. Pre-jump, but he can't quite touch it. GenG, they take game number 3. 2-1 up in the series. They move on to match point. Game on.
Only 3 shots again. Second game in a row. But 2 of them went in. Both from Chronic. That's all that matters. As the passing taking center stage from GenG. We saw it also with NRG when we had them here on this stream back in round 1. It just seems like more teams in North America are actually willing to give up the ball and find their teammates. And here we are now with GenG holding a lead. Oh, so barely. But here we are. Match point.
I am
Leave
here,
your
by the
car.
way. I am here. Don't you worry. Just technical difficulties. But I do have updates, though. I do have updates. Yeah. That would be version 1, full sweep, 3-0. Look at that.
Okay.
Shopify. They're going, yeah. The casters, Super and Lawler, were laying down on their couch after, like, yeah, easy day, right? Now they had to go the full 5, but they do make it through. That's what we expect. And right now, Optic Gaming and Dignitas are in an overtime with Optic Gaming on match points. The 1 goal here would give Optic the dub.
Wavepunk and Turtle on the edge of their seats over there on the Dignitas stream. Big upgrade from last season's Dignitas stream, I gotta say, as we go into game 4 at Utopia. G2's tournament life on the line now, down 2-1 to GenG.
I mean, there's just a lot less hard hats on the stream. That's what they need. Safety wasn't a concern on the Dignitas stream. Big shout out to Gibbs, but here we go. Game number 3. Nolly's pushing forward. Could be an opportunity. Shot down. No, they can't get the save. G2 flailing on the defense. Nolly opens it up here. They're looking closer, Stacks. They're looking closer to taking this one. Moving on to main event. G2, they have to find an answer.
That's an incredible touch to get that on target from Nolly.
Soft.
Nothing Chicago could do about it. Nothing he could do about this. They got by him. Apparently, Jack one-on-one with Atomic. And maybe had it been anybody else, he'd have favored GenG to go up 2-0. But Atomic makes the stop. Chicago powers it away. Everybody resets for G2. You know there's not going to be any panic from this G2 squad. They've been in this position before. JNAP's shot blocked by Chronic. And Chicago hard out of the corner for Atomic, and Chronic there again.
Oh, they're struggling right now, though. They're low on boost. Appjack's pushing downfield. Huge touch coming out, but Atomic's going to get the solo play. Goes for the air dribble off the ceiling. Oh, Nolly just pre-jumped it. He says, thanks for coming. I'll take that one every day of the week and maybe twice on Sundays. But right now, G2 is still looking to attack. They've still got a little bit of boost. Having said that, Atomic has donuts. He's got 0 stacks and he wants some. He's got the mid boost now coming out. This could be the opportunity. Great touch coming out. They're looking to push downfield. Nolly can't quite get the pinch he wants. Maybe a bump. Appjack just cuts rotation beautifully there. Underrated part of the game there in the professional scene, Stacks, is when they're not going back post. They're looking to cut out the infield pass, and against G2, that's what you need to do. Cut out that infield. They're so deadly. Speaking of deadly, this could be an opportunity. Oh, G2, they're everywhere. They're all over the post, all over the crossbar, but they're not finding the ball at the moment.
When I cut rotations, I'm platinum trash. And when these guys cut rotations, it's the smartest thing they've ever done. Unbelievable. What a double standard. Here's apparently Jack and Nolly, the former Europeans, trying to get the offense flowing again for GenG, try and open up a 2-goal lead. But now G2 has Chicago and Atomic working in tandem. JNAP's waiting for a pass that won't ever get there, and now GenG back on the offensive, and JNAP's had to get in apparently Jack's way.
They're just looking a little bit susceptible to counterattacks right now, G2. They're pushing hard for a goal. There's still time. They don't have to send every single person, all 100 of them. But right now, they're looking to push forward. GenG, they're parrying it away. Both teams looking susceptible on defense, but have the demo coming out. Can look for an opportunity. Chronic's on the backboard. He's crawling around. Jack's going to be able to look to intercept this one. JNAP throws it forward. Great defense now. GenG looking to push forward, looking to get an opportunity. Having said that, they're not quite ready. JNAP's perhaps a double touch. Introduce yourself off the backboard. Chicago and Atomic, they both pull out. They both don't get a touch on it. And now the follow-up, Nolly. He's been the hero in defense all series. GenG, they're holding on by the skin of their teeth, Stacks.
Chicago trying to bully Nolly in the net. Trying to get in Jack's way as well, but he avoided him, and now Nolly trying to break out. JNAP not fast enough, but the shot's wide, only by the slimmest of margins, and the lead only remains 1 for GenG for now. JNAP swatted by Nolly, and Chicago and Chronic doing a little do-si-do in the corner. JNAP goes off of everything but the net. Chicago hit the bar as well. Oh, the ball goes in the net, boys.
No. G2, they've been played again. It was Atomic last series, the opportunity to equalize it against Space Station, and now, again, we had 2 opportunities, G2. We had JNAPs put it wide, and then the follow-up, Chicago couldn't put it in either. G2, they're living by the sword, dying by the sword at the moment. They need to push forward. Infield pass, this could be it. That's the nail in the coffin. Apparently, Jack gets the 2-goal lead. GenG, they're looking to knock G2 out of the Swiss stage. They're looking to make the main event. What a story this will be.
G2 got to look back at that sequence about 15, 20 seconds ago and wonder how they did not find the equalizing goal in a game they must win to force us to Champions Field. Still life with just over a minute to go. Atomic got that away from Chronic. JNAPs will score as Nolly couldn't catch up, and G2's back in it.
You just felt like this story wasn't over. There's always more. What a touch from Atomic coming out. Pre-flip, hits the tires over the top. He gets it backwards, Stacks, whilst flipping forwards. That's ridiculous from Atomic. That's what they need. They need some special plays. They need some big moments right now. There's a minute on the clock. There's still plenty of time to work with, but this could be a kickoff goal. No, JNAP does get back in time. G2, poor touch from Nolly, pushing forward. This could be the opportunity. Back post, JNAP doesn't get the touch. And again, we're seeing this sort of situation, Stacks, where Atomic and Chicago, they're both third man. Someone go forward, someone put the shot on. They're just both a little bit hesitant right now, G2. Here it is, though, opportunity, bang! Chicago gets the equalizer, G2. They're just never down. They're never out of the game.
One of the best setup man in the world, Atomic, perfectly placed to set up Chicago. His 4th assist of the series. And we're all knotted up with 38 seconds to go. G2 trying to claw its way out of the grave. But now Chronic maybe about to put him right back down under. Nolly is there as well. Everybody jammed up in the corner except one man. Apparently Jack up the ladder. Nolly's there and Chicago's closing the door on him. Now Atomic away from Chronic. G2 trying to move forward, instead forced back to their own half. And apparently Jack's shot goes well wide. 9 seconds, now down to 6. 5 seconds for apparently Jack. He's not involved in that play at all. Now Chronic for Nolly. Apparently Jack waiting. Chronic, drop down. There it is. Win! Chronic puts him in the top 8.
Whoa, GenG from nowhere. They gave G2 a sniff, and then they just closed the door again. Chronic, what a double touch. GenG from nowhere. It was looking so strong. G2 made the comeback, but Chronic, the man, the myth, brought onto this team the mechanical maestro, the young buck, puts GenG through to the main event. G2 Regional 2. It just wasn't meant to be. Round 5, they get reverse swept out of the Swiss stage, 2-0 down to 2-3. They're knocked out, and NA, what is happening, North America?
A 5-minute game of whack-a-mole where GenG goes up big. G2 comes back, pops their head back out, and then Chronic, one last time, puts them out of their misery and puts G2 out of the Fall Cup. As it's GenG Mobile 1 Racing. Leaf, they are through into the top 8 to close out a crazy opening day of the Fall Cup.
And I'm not sure if you did mention this too, but the last time G2 as an org finished outside top 8 in an NA event was all the way back in Spring Regional 3 of Season X, 16 months ago.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So it's been a while for G2 to be in a position like this. Massive, again, I think in most people's opinions, upset. Granted, we did have GenG at the second place last regional. They're still new here and they still got to prove. G2 has proven themselves, but they fell apart here. So absolutely nuts. That's for sure. I just want to shout out as well. I gave you the V1 result. Optic Gaming do come through and get their win 3-1 over Dignitas. So they'll qualify tomorrow, which means we have our team. So let's start a wrap up today and then start looking forward to tomorrow as well, as we just take a glance at the Swiss, what's going on right now. It seemed like chaos, CJ. These teams, again, seeing G2 and GenG V1 all in this position right now isn't what I would have guessed.
No, not at all. I think G2 is going to be the storyline right now. I mean, all focus was on NRG, made the coach change, Stacks, but they cruised through 3-1 out of Swiss. They were looking strong, but G2, they just kept, again, they got to that last hurdle, and 3 times they just tripped at the final bounce right now. G2 not making the main event is the upset of the day, and that's really all I can look at in this bracket, Stacks. I don't know what you're looking at.
No, I mean, I'm looking at all the teams that we had in that 5th round that were, that made such a great run during the Fall Open and fighting for their tournament lives here in this round. Otherwise, I mean, you look at the teams that got through at 3-0, that's exactly what you'd expect. FaZe and Furia. Nobody's surprised to see them back in the top 8. Complexity's in there. Again, I think CRR is absolutely going to be a star over here in North America, and Complexity managed to get through in 4, as you mentioned, as did NRG, is what you were talking about with the coaching change. And, we've talked so much about off-season changes and how heavily scrutinized they've been. Look, that change going from Sizz to Epic Johnny, first of all, I think people, when Epic Johnny was announced as the sub for NRG, were kind of like, today I learned Epic Johnny's still around. And now he's there as the coach, replacing Sizz, who had been there for so long. And rightfully so, a lot of people questioning the move, but so far the results seem to be a dramatic improvement.
Well, I want to see where this puts the teams right now, because usually we wouldn't look at points this early on in a season, but there's large implications for this, considering that the 3rd regional is invitational. Top 16 teams and points get invited to that. If you're not there, there is no open bracket for you to climb through to get to that. So I want to look at these teams. CJ, here's most of them. You will notice, though, that we have a 3-way tie with NRG. It was who was at the bottom? It was Soul, all the way to the bottom. 26 Rising, Soul,
and Flush of the Brilliant.
Yes. So they'll end up playing each other for that last spot there. But these are our teams that are locked in above that for this last regional.
I mean, you're looking at G2 right now. Obviously the point distribution. That's right now. We've still got the main event to play. G2 could be outside the top 5 going into the 3rd regional. So it is going to be game on. And obviously we have the top 8 locked in now. But I mean, if you just want to pick G2, Stacks, as the team that, of all the teams that have made the main event for this time, you wouldn't pick G2 to be the team to come out of that main event. But I mean, it's going to be game on next regional looking at these points.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about it very early on in this event, going back to round 3. Like, okay, sure, they might lose to Furia, but there's no way they drop 2 more in a row, right? And then they run up against Space Station, who, I mean, they played probably the match of their lives, it felt like, as that series went on, and Daniel popping off. And then you go, well, there's no way they lose 3 in a row, right? Oh, well,
CJ,
here we are.
CJ mentioned the top 8, so let's take a look. Tomorrow, we get into our single elimination bracket as we do secure our teams through phase GenG, Space Station, Complexity, Furia, Version 1, NRG, and Optic Stacks. This is going to be a good bracket, that's for sure.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I've got my eyes locked on that Space Station Complexity matchup. I think that's going to be incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, sure, you're going to have FaZe and GenG, a rematch of the grand finals from the Fall Open, but I think the closest match will be that second one from the top. I think that one has Game 7 written all over it.
And we've got the first game is the grand final rematch, FaZe versus GenG, where FaZe just dismantled GenG. So can they bounce back there? That's going to be a tough one. But I'm looking down the bottom there, Leaf, with the NRG. That's a winnable series. It's crazy to think that right now we could be talking about NRG top 4 when it just looks so far away last regional.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the schedule so you guys know when these matches are being played. I know sometimes we do start at the bottom. We'll find out which one's first. It is going to be Optic Gaming versus NRG. So you're going to have to wait for that FaZe Clan GenG. We always have to save the best for last, you know? But yeah, NRG right off the beginnings, you can see maybe if NRG, if you're a fan of them, if they've made those changes, they're through here, but they're playing against Optic Gaming, who had a bit of momentum through the end of it. But again, maybe not the toughest teams to qualify through those final matches there. So we'll find out if NRG can continue on, if they're finally back, if you guys can be happy, if Epic Johnny is the greatest coach of all time and he's made the changes that need to happen. But that will be tomorrow. So right now, I want to get some final thoughts just looking at the region. CJ, it was a blast having you on the desk with us. Some final thoughts after CJ.
Super day. That's crazy. I can't believe we had the G2 watch party there, 3 series in a row. Wasn't quite what we expected going into it, but that's what this region keeps throwing at us. We've got 9, 10, 11 teams that can all be top 8. Someone has to go out. This time it was G2's turn, but all eyes go to tomorrow. Quarterfinal matchups and a grand final rematch as well. So yeah, can't wait.
Race for the major starting to heat up now. All eyes, of course, on the top 8 tomorrow. North America, everybody knew it would just be an absolute bloodbath, and well, G2 is the latest victim to the depth of competition here in North America. You cannot take a single play off. It's going to make tomorrow exciting, it's going to make Sunday exciting, and then 2 weeks from now, the Invitational, where it really hits the fan.
Well, the North American Fall Cup Day 1 is over, but the action continues tomorrow with Day 2. Join us for the pre-show at 12:30 Eastern Time and 1 p.m. for kickoff. Thank you so much for watching, and we will absolutely see you then.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, to see 'em. Got me blinded by the what ifs, times I did miss. Broke the silence, perfect timing, sun is shining. Sunday morning, a house on the lake, far from LA. I'm not the type to obey. I'm not the one you